in Canada, but it is bank holiday over here. So if it is bank holiday over there, I hope you had a good one. If it isn't, I hope you have a good evening. We are settling in for what I'm really hoping, what I'm really looking for as a really good go-home show. Now, it is a go-home show. We know that go-home shows are always not the strongest of shows, not the strongest of offerings, but hopefully we can be a little more optimistic today, because actually the card looks pretty good. Actually, card-wise, I think we're dealing with something not too bad. Let's do our official breakdown, shall we, and have a look, see what it is that we're dealing with. So we've got what's next for Seth, Bron, and Paul Heyman. So what have we got coming up from those guys? They said they've got something they want to share with people. So it seems like there's going to be some sort of update. There's going to be some sort of progress. Don't know what that is, but there's a message there. Otis is going to go to war with Rusev. So we're going to see Rusev in action, which is fine. No, I'm down for that. Obviously, Rusev coming back recently, and we're actually going to be seeing him competing today. So, okay, let's go. I'm hoping that's going to be a really impressive showing for him. Then we got Iyo Sky taking on Roxanne Perez. Should be a banger. I'm just going to keep my fingers crossed. I'm just really going to hope and pray that we don't get outside interference, but I'm pretty sure we will. If we do, I hope it's after the match. We've been getting some really good women's matches on Raw since WrestleMania, but they keep getting interrupted with outside interference, and that makes me sad. Becky Lynch is going to call out Lyra Valkyria. I'm not too sure why. They're already facing off at Backlash, so I'm not sure why she feels the need to call her out, but she does, and it's happening, and it's on the show. And Penta is going to be looking for payback against JD McDonagh now. That should be really good. I think we've really wasted JD. I think we needed to bring him back and do something different. That injury that he suffered and the fact that he continued that match was so impressive that I really feel like we should have hyped up his return. We should have really made it feel like a big deal that he was coming back. I think we should be showing that he's ready to break out from Judgment Day, or he's ready to at least take a bigger role, a bigger responsibility. He has leveled up as a result of that moment, but I don't know that we maximized it. I don't know that we went far enough with it. And so I personally find it quite frustrating that he's come back. Nothing's really changed. He's still part of the group. I'm not sensing anything has evolved. Maybe we get a glimpse of that here. So that's what I'd be looking for here. I expect it to be a great match. But, you know, can it steal the show? Can it just remind people what JD is bringing, how good he is? Because at the moment, I do feel like we sort of wasted his return from that injury. So that's the preview. That's kind of where we are in regards to tonight. Let's get the speech thing set up so that I can save my voice to some degree, although it's actually feeling pretty good right now. Actually feeling pretty good. So let's jump in. Tony K, shout out to you.
Tony K. Daze AEW has moved Saturday's show to Thursday this week only. So if you need last-minute plans, you know who to talk to on the phone and stream.
Tony K, shout out to you. Nita Nitro.
Nita Nitro. Member. Hey Bob, I have lost my voice, but I had the best weekend ever. Never cried so many happy tears in my life, haha. How was yours?
Nita, I'm sorry to hear you've lost your voice. That's an ongoing battle I have as well. So shout out to you. I did have Mitchell get in touch, and he said there's a spray called Entertainer's Secret or something like this, which is like apparently something which is used by people in the stage and singers and stuff like that. I had a look, but unfortunately they don't sell it here in the UK. But yeah, I've definitely gone through that battle over WrestleMania week. For some reason as well, the other day, my voice just, like, I think, honestly, it's pretty strained, and it really doesn't take much for it to go at the moment. So, just out of the blue the other day, I found myself trying to do a video. My voice was just not there. So, Yeah, definitely need to find a way of resting it, but I might have to have a look, see if there is some sort of spray or something. They'll have some in Boots here in the UK. That's our Walgreens. I've not looked, so. Octavia.
Octavia, member. James, when I'm chatting in the stream, do I go overboard with some of the comments I say, maybe too adult rated?
You go as adult as you... Oh, don't ask James. James is not going to be able to set the parameters, is he? Imagine saying to James, James, do you find that I swear too much? James is in a different neighborhood when it comes to that stuff, right? I think you're fine. Yeah, even James said me and William say worse. Ain't that the truth, right? Here's James as well.
James Chadwick. Daze Biggie and his Maya Yim's sister just got engaged finally. Some amazing news.
In fact, the pictures are just coming through. So, I'm sort of more interested in what she's wearing because I can't quite tell if she's even wearing anything. I don't know. There's like something red there. Oh, yes, it is something red. Well, anyway, rather than perving, see if she's naked or not. There, look at this. So there's Big E with Mia Yim's sister and getting engaged. That is lovely, isn't it? A little bit of good news. Did I just see another image? Oh, no. Well, it is an image of Big E, but it's not like any more from that moment. So, yeah, lovely that. Lovely. Bit of good news. I've just put it into Unseen, but I don't know what folder it goes in. It's not. Is it WWE? It's probably Other, really. I'll put it in Other. There we go. Lovely. Where are we? Here we are. Metal Mama, hello. Oh, some throat spray recommendation. That's what I'm here for.
Metal Mama 1987. Member. A Wrestling Daze, try these UK throat sprays, Clarity Honey Lemon, Napier's Singer's Spray, Vocal Ease, or Amazing Grace. All great for soothing your voice and recommend for speakers, singers, etc.
Thank you, my friends. Vocal Ease sounds quite good, doesn't it? Or I might have some Amazing Grace. Who knows? I might break out into gospel. It might be one of those where I'm like, and then I'll be like, he taught me how. Yeah. That would be sick. That would be sick. If it was so powerful, I'd become like one of the world's great gospel singers. Imagine that. I'd love that for me. I would love that for me. Alex. Let's see what Alex is saying.
Alex Marcy. One of my cousins got engaged on Saturday night. That's funny enough.
Oh, really? Congrats. Saturday night, eh? I can't hear Saturday night without thinking of Whitfield's. You know that song? That song got into my head when I was very, very young. And now whenever I hear someone say Saturday night, my brain goes, Saturday night, and da 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 da. Like that. Be my baby. Junior.
Junior Lopez. Member. Good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully we get a great Raw, but not getting my hopes up, lol.
Yeah. It is a go-home, so we do need to keep that in mind. Go-home shows are obviously not the strongest because everything's pretty much done. So a go-home show is really just final touches, and we're kind of seeing that with Becky and Lyra having a chat, and, Seth and Bron are coming out because they've got something they want to say. We've got some matches, things like Penta against JD, Rusev against Otis. I mean, they're fine, but... yeah, I sort of... My expectations aren't crazy out of control, but that could be a positive because obviously we've had high expectations and those have not been met. So, yeah, maybe going in with some lower expectations might work in our benefit a little bit. I'll tell you what, I'll put a poll up, right? Will we get a glitch tonight? Obviously, there's been a lot of talk about that glitch last week. I sense a lot of people are in a similar place to me in the sense of I don't know if it was anything. People have found little bits, but I think you'll find stuff if you look for it. So I just don't know. I don't know if it was anything or not. I think it was worth raising. I think it's worth being aware of. And obviously, if we get something tonight, that's going to add to the theory. So if there is something, everyone's like a hawk. Everyone's going to be looking for little glitches, little messages, anything at all, right, that could connect. And if we do get something tonight, then that will add, I think, to the case with, all of a sudden last week, or look, if we don't, then I think last week is just a little glitch, just a technical issue, which we have seen before. Very interesting, though, with all the letters and the potential Alexa at the top and everything. So, I don't know. I see it. I acknowledge it. But I've said before, part of the not getting carried away, part of the I'll see them when they come back, is probably being a bit more grounded than what we were during Nightbird. During Nightbird, you knew something was going on. So everything was like, oh, is it? Isn't it? Whereas now, I don't even know if they're... Do you know what I mean? They might not even be back until after Backlash. So, and we might not... They're meant to be on SmackDown, so why are we doing something on Raw? And why would we do it when Logan is walking down the corridor? These are things that are a bit of a stumbling block. Plus also, again, was there anything really that clear in there? Yeah, you can find stuff if you really look for it, but was there anything really like that overwhelming in regards to evidence? It wasn't like it flashed up Wyatt 6 or anything like that, But you can sort of make out the word Alexa. You can sort of make out let me, like if you read it diagonal, but I mean, again, where's that line? So, I don't know. It's worth being aware of. I understand why people got excited about it for those that did. I am being very reserved because that is just part of kind of not getting your hopes dashed, I suppose. Why get your hopes up only to find out it wasn't anything again? Only to be disappointed again. So, I don't know. Will we get a glitch tonight? What are people thinking? Let's put that up as a poll. Jordan
Evans. There are rumours that Alberto Del Rio coming back to WWE. I can't see that happen, Daze.
No. Those rumours are... It's so crazy how things get out of control. So the first story that broke early this morning was that he had signed a new deal with WWE, but it was a deal because they've taken over AEW, right? So it's not that he's coming back to WWE, it's that they haven't let him go from AAA. So WWE have bought AAA, the Mexican promotion, and so Del Rio was at risk of losing his job because there's a lot of controversy around Del Rio. He's not the kind of person from a PR point of view you would think that WWE would want to keep around, but he is the AAA champion at the moment. So a lot of people are like, what are they going to do with him? And news came through that he'd been given a new contract for this new TKO WWE AAA situation, right? Which I tweeted out, this is very surprising. Didn't know what was going to happen. It was always an option he could get offered a new contract, but it was always an offer they could have, always a chance they could have said thanks, but goodbye. So word came through that he'd signed this new deal, right? Then we got another message that he hadn't signed the new deal, but it was just that WWE were now taking over and they were just continuing the existing contracts. So we got a little more clarity there. And that's it. That's the only updates that we've had. And now, yeah, there is like people saying, "Oh my God, WWE have signed Del Rio. He's going to be coming back," like making it seem like he's on his way to Raw, which is just not the situation. So that's the latest in regards to all of that. I've not seen any further stuff than that. So if anyone has, feel free to let me know. But yeah, that's the latest with all of those bits. But again, it's Chinese whispers, isn't it? Do you know, I got tagged in some earlier, which was that Eva Marie was coming back. And I was like, I've not seen this news. So I clicked on it, and no word of a lie, it was from an account that had about 2,000 followers, which is okay, but clearly not the hundreds of thousands that, Sean Ross Sapp or Fightful or, PW Insider would have. So a couple of thousand followers, and they quoted no source. They didn't say, it was literally someone just said, Eva Marie's going to come back. And for some reason, it's been viewed like nearly 1 million times. And I don't understand the world that we live in. I just don't understand. I don't understand how that is engaged with and there's no source. I don't understand. I really don't understand. How do people look at that and not immediately go, where's that news from? Where's that news from? And just ignore it, because the first thing I do is look to see, well, where did you get that from? And there was no source there, so immediately I just move on. I'm not bothered. But this has got like loads of comments, loads of retweets, loads of likes. I've been sent it a few times, loads of views. It's like, I don't understand. I mean, I could understand if it was from Eva Marie herself, but like, I don't get it. I don't understand. Maybe it's because it's like kids are off or something and the kids just jump on stuff. I have no idea, but yeah, I've said this quite a bit recently. Really double, triple check where you get your news from, just because there is so much nonsense out there. Yeah, there was stories doing the rounds that Shinsuke had been let go during all the releases. That was doing the rounds, and it's like, that was not reported anywhere. So, like, yeah, it's crazy at the moment. Crazy.
Jordan Evans. I would be surprised if the Wyatt 6 come back after Backlash, or maybe lucky SummerSlam days.
Jordan, shout out to you, but yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's so hard to talk about the Wyatt 6 because I really did expect them to be back by now. I thought that, okay, we might not see them Raw or SmackDown after Mania, but I was hopeful we would. And I was thinking, like, well, if we don't, then I'm sure we'll get them the week after that. And now we've gone past that as well, and we've still not had them. Now, of course, the glitch is going to be what people are going to point to as well. We might have had a glitch, right? And maybe we did. I think we'll get some more clarity on that tonight if it was. But what I would say is that, yeah, I don't know when they're going to be back. Clearly not Backlash. Maybe it's just a case of getting past this weekend, and then we can, get stuck into a story. The problem is, and I've said this before, the Wyatt 6 are trying to be booked as a whole, and that is a real problem. Judgment Day, you have Finn and JD go after tag titles. You have such and such go after, the Intercontinental. Dominic after the Intercontinental. You have Carlito being a goof backstage. Like, they break them up. And we did the same at times with the Bloodline, right? It's really hard to have a big group and go after another big group. Like, it's a really difficult thing to book because you've got so many moving parts. There's so many people that can get injured. There's so many people that can get flight delays or illnesses or whatever it might be. It's possible. Of course it's possible. But it's hard. And we saw that with Final Testament feud, right? And now, I don't know if we're not seeing a bit of the same with like a bit of a Judgment Day feud. Because it might be that the Wyatt 6 were going to go after Judgment Day. But like Liv has now gone off to do a film. That's another reason for us not doing a feud that you might not think about. Do you know what I mean? You might not think, oh God, let's do Judgment Day Wyatt 6. And you might not think, yeah, okay, but what if one of the members goes off to do a film? Imagine if you said that. Imagine if you said that to someone. They'd be like, I think you're just trying to find reasons for this to not work. I think you're digging a bit there. If I said, oh my God, how about if we do Wyatt 6 against Judgment Day? And someone said, well, that's a good idea, but what if Liv goes to do a film? My response would be, okay, yeah, maybe she could, but I mean, I think you are digging a bit there. And we're actually in that situation right now. Potentially, that is exactly what's happening right now, because she has gone to do a film. That means she's out the picture for seemingly about a month, which now, that was the feud that Alexa and Nikki were going to be a part of. And so, what the flip do we do now? So, not only have you got injuries, not only have you got illnesses, not only have you got travel issues, not only have you got, people getting arrested or failing wellness policies or, God only knows some of the stuff that goes on. People booking time off. People need certain times off because family members are getting married or there might have been a passing in the family or something, Not only have you got all that to contend with, but then also now people are going off and doing films. It is hard to get a big group to take on a big group. And it's not impossible. But I do wonder if we're just at what point do we go, right, let's just do something with Howdy. Let's just do something with the tag division right now would love to have Dexter and Gacy in it as a tag team. Imagine that. They're really trying to build that SmackDown tag division. Why don't you have them coming in, going after some heel team and just do that for a little bit and set up some sort of story where, I don't know, maybe Santos and Angel turn on Berto, and then that then leads to Dexter and Gacy going after them for turning on their family member. And, at least you can get the plate spinning over there. Maybe you can look for another opportunity elsewhere. And maybe we do need to just split the group up. I was fine with them going after factions when they first arrived, but it's clearly not worked. So maybe we have to change direction now. Maybe we have to do something a little bit different just to get them onto TV. So yeah, I just don't know. I don't know when we're going to see them. We will see them when we see them. But I obviously would like to see them quite soon.
Hannah WWE.
Hannah?
Daze, a massive Raw on deck as sometimes when the days are gloomy. We all know the timeout tribal chief saves the day with his singing, dancing and flexing. Massive shout out to you for the funny times.
Hannah, shout out to you. Hope you've had a good day. Here's Nick.
Nick Forrest. But Liv, I heard, won't be gone long, if at all, plus Lexi is doing the VAE on Netflix Sakamoto Days at the same time.
Isn't the Sakamoto Days thing all done? I thought that was all recorded in advance and done. And Alexa, she's going to be out for about a month, something like that. So it's not long, but it's another delay, isn't it? If that is the feuds, it's another delay. Try turning around to Wyatt 6 fans saying, oh, just one more month. Just one more month. Something came up. I know you was hoping to see him at WrestleMania or just after, but it's going to be another month. People have been pulling their hair out anyway. I think WrestleMania was kind of like a final straw for many. And then, you get to the end of that month and then what? Are we good to go, or is it then something else? So, I don't know. I've got to the point where it's just I think we have to admit this has not worked. I think we have to admit that we need to figure out what we're going to do with them. Do we just wait and wait and wait for the stars to align so that we can do this big faction thing, if that's what we're waiting for? Or do we change direction and do something different? People are going to have different thoughts on that. I don't know if there's particularly a right or wrong answer. It's going to come down to preference. Some people might be like, no, I would wait because I think it'll be worth it and it'll be better than if we do little separate things. But then other people will be like, let's just get going with some separate stuff because we need to dig into these characters and we can always bring them together like the Avengers, You had Iron Man doing his thing, Thor doing his thing, Black Widow doing her thing, and then you bring them together for the Avengers. You can always do that with the Wyatt Six. So I don't know that there's a right or a wrong answer. It just comes down to, what do people want to do. But, I'm definitely looking for something. I'm definitely looking for some sort of movement, Hopefully we get something tonight, but I'm not gonna hold my breath. Let's put it that way. AAA.
AI. Daze, I saw your Backlash video. If you were charge of creative, who is your next world heavyweight, us, and intercontinental champ?
I think they're quite difficult, to be honest, but because I don't do future booking. I don't sit and like plan it all out. So it's quite hard to just like answer that on the spot and give you what my honest answer is. Because I mean, I can pull names out of thin air. You know, for example, Jacob is US champion. Well, the most logical feud for him would be Solo. So, I mean, I could say Solo, but, you know, someone else might come in and go, well, hang on, such and such would be better. And I might be like, yeah, you're right, you know, without like sitting down and really giving it thought and really kind of going through. My first port of call would be what's the most logical feud for each person and, you know, go that way. So applying that logic, the most logical for Jacob would be Solo. So maybe Solo gets it and that would help Solo's aura. But people could absolutely go, well, what about such and such? And I might agree, right? So I don't want to present this as this is my absolute finalized answer. This is my on the spur of the moment, I've given this no thought previously answer, right? In regards to Jay, again, applying the same logic, I think you could go Jimmy or you could go Sammy. I think somewhat along those lines. Obviously, we're doing Logan. I don't think it'll end up being Logan. He could drop it back to Gunther. I'm not sure he's going to do that. He could drop it to Bron Breakker, which I'd be absolutely fine with. I do think Bron needs a run with that World Heavyweight title, but how quickly do you want to get to that? It depends how quickly we want to move with this story. I mean, Bron has already won, like, the Intercontinental Championship and all of that. The reason I say Jimmy is because Jimmy feels a bit dead in the water to me. Like, he did that great segment with Gunther, but we've, you know, I mean, like, what's his purpose now? If he's going to be a babyface, I think he's always going to be outshadowed by Jay. He's always going to be compared to Jay. And I don't know that we can find him anything as compelling as Yeet and the hand thing. I don't know that there's something he can do that's going to get him as over, right? So I sort of feel a bit sorry for him, to be honest with you. So I don't know if rather than competing, isn't it better to just change lanes and maybe have him turn on his brother? I'm not a fan of turning people loads of times, and I know that he's already done that, but I just sort of look at it and I'm like, I really don't know what this guy does. I don't know how he's going to shine on his own, because if he's a babyface, he's always going to be seen as not quite being Jay. He's always going to be seen as like, is his entrance music as good? Is his presentation as good? You know, how are the crowd feeling about him? Are they behind him as much as they are Jay? It's really unfortunate. He's always going to be compared to his twin brother, and his twin brother is killing it. So that's a big pressure for him to have on his shoulders. Why not change lanes? So I look at that. I also look at Sammy, because I think Sammy is someone that could allow the frustration of not being world champion boil over. I wouldn't really want Sammy winning a world title as a heel, because I'm really looking forward to that moment of him winning a world title, and I hope it happens. And a bit like how I didn't want John to do it as a heel to get 17, I don't really want Sammy to do it as a heel, because I think that would be a big moment, you know. But we all saw the teases, didn't we? We all saw the teases. We all saw the moment where it looked like Sammy was going to turn on Jay, or Jimmy came down. I wondered if both were about to turn on him. So, you know, those feel like a couple of names that we could have a swerve with. But maybe the most logical would be Bron if we do it later in the year, but I just don't know how long we want Jay to have the belt for. So, again, you know, if someone was to be like, no, it should be such and such, I might end up agreeing. But that's just where my initial thoughts would be. And then again, logically looking at Dominic Mysterio, who's the most logical feud, I'd say probably Finn Balor. You could say his dad, but I feel like I don't think his dad would want to take the title away from his son. Unless his dad was like, you're bringing disgrace to the Mysterio name. But the crowd are so behind him that I just don't think that's true. I actually think Ray might run the risk of getting booed, because the crowd are really loving what Dominic's doing. So, yeah, I bet Ray was so proud of that as well. I bet he was absolutely beaming, wasn't he? Imagine his mom and Ray watching as Dominic wins the Intercontinental and the crowd going crazy at WrestleMania. What a moment for that family. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. But yeah, Finn Balor finally turning on him would feel logical. I think not only could you go that way, but maybe someone like Penta that wants to bring some prestige back. Like, easily you can have Dominic laying into Lucha Libre. And so then you could have like Penta or Phoenix, probably Penta. I think Penta would make sense. And also I think Penta's been very exciting. I could see, I would hope that we get like Dominic Penta, if we do that, right? Dominic Penta with some outside interference that fails. Imagine some outside, but the problem is the crowds. I really don't know what a SummerSlam crowd would do. I feel like if you're going to do that match, you're going to have to book it in a very, like, California, but then California might be behind Dominic. Because, like, of the love of Ray. I don't know where Dominic was born. He might have been born in California. I think Ray's from California. So, but like California, they're, quite a pro Lucha Libre crowds. So, you'd think they might support Penta, but I don't know, man. It's a tricky one, that. It's a real tricky one. If you have Penta Dominic, you want Dominic getting booed out the building. You want the crowd behind Penta. But with Dominic's support at the moment, there's just no guarantee. So I don't know where you'd do it. I don't know if you'd do it. Maybe if you did it down in Mexico. I wonder if you did it on a AAA show. That like Worlds Collide that's coming up. I wonder if you could get away with like doing just a all WWE type match and not have like AAA involved in that match. I don't know if you could. Just a showcase thing, Major title just to get people to watch. Maybe it headlines. You do a whole Worlds Collide, and then the final match is Penta Dominic for the Intercontinental Championship in Mexico. But it's not in Mexico, is it, Worlds Collide? I think that's in California, actually. Well, perhaps you save it for when we go to Mexico. But I don't know how the Mexican fans would react. I have no idea. So, yeah, those are a few thoughts anyway. World title, US title, Intercontinental title. But I must admit, I'm not brilliant in the moment in like coming up with stuff because I don't really give it much like pre-thoughts. But just logically looking at like who the most logical opponents would be, it'd be something like that. Bobby, shout out to you, buds. JP said Alberto Del Rio news. What do you mean, JP? Is there new news or we did touch on Alberto Del Rio earlier in the stream. I'm not aware of any new news apart from the fact that he's got a deal with staying with AAA. Lord Sheargrath, shout out to you, but
Lord Sheargrath, £9.99. Wyatt 6 said they would help Strowman if he needed help. Another dead-end story like the Final Testament feud. Creative clearly need to give me a job, as they don't have a clue.
Oh, I think Creative need to give anyone a job. Anyone. We need anyone in there that knows what the flip they're doing. Yeah, I mean, look, the Strowman thing, obviously you've got stories and you've got real life, and you can't obviously confuse the two. I think that Wyatt 6 would have helped Strowman in storyline if he needed their help. But obviously he ended up getting released. But that's, not a storyline thing. That's a real life thing. That's a budget thing. And apparently he got released because of his high wages, his high salary. Or at least that's word on the street. Yeah, that's word on the street. So I feel obviously really sorry for him. I mean, it's not, they come to him and they offer him a contract. They offer him a certain amount of money. He signs it. He does what he's asked of. But the word on the street is they looked at how much they were using him and how much he was being paid, and they couldn't quite justify it. It didn't quite match. And so as a result of that, they decided that they needed to part ways. So it's one of those. It's really unfortunate. I feel sorry for him. I do feel really sorry for him because I think we really dropped the ball in the sense of he should have had a manager. I think he should have had different presentation. I think we made him a bit too goofy. We spoke about this the other day. And so I think you're absolutely right. I think that creative do need to kind of be dragged over the coals a little bit over that. I think they need to be dragged over the coals for quite a few things, actually. I do think, though, that it's not easy. I mean, I do keep coming back to that because I do think there's truth to that. I do think that there's a lot of moving parts. You know, imagine you're sat in creative. I always try to put myself in their situation. And I'd imagine it's long hours. I'd imagine there's a lot of rewrites. I'd imagine there's superstars that don't like the creative, and so you don't know what kind of pushback you're receiving. You've got wrestlers coming to you asking for certain things. You know, you've got Triple H coming to you asking for certain things. You know, you've just got lots of stuff that's happening. Lots of stuff that's going on. And then on top of that, you know, you're trying to get everyone onto TV. You've got people going off doing films. You've got sicknesses. You've got illnesses. There's a lot of plates you have to spin. And so it's sort of like, in a way, I think it's about more doing the best you can rather than doing the best thing possible. Do you know, I think it's not, I don't feel like it's set up correctly. I think with a TV show, you can script everything, maximize everything, rehearse everything, and then execute everything. With a live, never-ending product where you've got like real life that's happening at the same time, I think it's really, really difficult to kind of, because it's live in front of an audience, you can't film it in advance. There is no off-season for people to recover or for them to move. Like, you know, if I'm getting married, let's do it in the off-season. If we're, you know, I mean, going to holiday, let's do it in the off. There is no off-season. So anyone that's having a break, anyone that's like, you know, living their life, it's all got to run alongside the actual show, the filming of the show. So I do feel sorry for people in creative. Maybe I shouldn't, but I do. But equally, I don't want to just use that as a way of forgiving everything, because I think there are definitely times where you have to say, yeah, with all of that considered, it still has not been good enough in 2025. With all of that considered, it's still falling below the line. It's still not reaching the mark. And I don't feel like that's an unfair thing to say. I don't feel like that's an unreasonable criticism. So I agree with you. I think that we do need to like have a bit of a shake up there. I'd actually like to hear of some new names being brought in or some change within that creative team. I mean, last thing we heard was that there was a woman that was let go that was had been on creative for quite a while, and they had Road Dogg as now the kind of lead writer for SmackDown, and people were like kind of rolling their eyes to that because it does feel a little bit like Jobs for the Boys. You know, it's hard to get excited about Road Dogg being like, you know, a head writer when you look at NXT and like Shawn Michaels is running it. You look at the main roster creative, Triple H is running it. It does feel a little bit like, you know, if Billy Gunn was available, would he be in charge of Raw? It's kind of like Jobs for the Boys, isn't it? That's how it comes across. Rather than us finding the very best people possible, rather than us finding the absolute cream of the crop, the people that are perfect for these roles, it is like, where can we get a DX member? Where can we get them a job? And so you can understand why people are like, that doesn't strike me as a good move. But listen, all we can do is watch and discuss and hopefully enjoy. We're not looking to criticize. I'm not looking to criticize. If anything, I just want to watch and really enjoy. And they have done some good stuff this year. But I do think so far 2025 is proving to be a step down from 2024, 2023. I think we just had two really strong years. Really strong years. And I think what we're seeing is 2025. Hard to compare at the moment as to where 2025 would compare, to be honest. Hard to kind of benchmark it against something. Maybe it benchmarks against like a 2022 and not 2021, because we've still got a lot of pandemic Thunderdome in 2021. And not 2020, because that's a dumpster fire. And I don't know that we're as bad as 2019. I mean, 2019 just really had very, very little going for it outside of, say, the Funhouse. So it's hard to benchmark where we are, but it does feel like a step down from 2023, 2024. Corey, shout out to you, buds.
Corey Crawford, member. Member for 10 months. Supporter. Dang, been paying to be ignored for 10 months.
Corey, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. Aaron
Hanrahan, member. Member for 38 months.
38.
Supporter. Let's hope for a great week of wrestling LFG.
Yeah, Aaron, shout out to you, buds. I hope it's a great week as well. I hope that Backlash really delivers for people, for me as well. I hope it delivers for me. I hope that it's a really fun show. I am going into it with it being a little top heavy. I do look at the card and think, well, I mean, really, Jay against Logan is just, can we avoid the nightmare scenario of Logan being a world champion? So really, that's not a match that's going to be massively enjoyable. If anything, it's either going to be passable and acceptable, or it's going to be a flipping disaster nightmare, right? So it's hard to go into that with much excitement. The 4-way for the US title is fine, but Jacob only won it at WrestleMania. So, I mean, it's hard to see him losing it now. Pat against Gunther is, as everyone knows, not my worst nightmare. It'll be my worst nightmare if Pat wins. But, I am thinking that Gunther's going to destroy Pat. I am thinking that. But maybe it becomes my worst nightmare. Imagine if Logan becomes world champion on the same show that the commentator beats one of the most brutal superstars we've got. Imagine all that plays out. So that would be wild. And then, of course, we've got the main event of Cena, Orton, which for me is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Oh, we got Becky Lyra as well. That'll be good, actually. That'll be good. So, honestly, I mean, I don't really feel a need to see the United States match because I just think it's going to be a fun mess. That's fine. I expect Jacob to retain. I think the odds have got him as like minus 2,000 firm favourite, right? Logan against Jay, I mean, just, wake me up after it's done and tell me Jay's won, even if he hasn't. Same with Pat Gunther, just wake me up after it's done and tell me Gunther's won. And then, really, those two matches are the two that I'm most excited for. Becky Lyra, I think we've seen it before and it's really great. And Randy against Cena one last time will be historic. So it does feel like the main event and, the Lyra match doing some heavy lifting on this cards. So, I don't know. We'll have to see how it goes. I'm going into it optimistic. I always try to go into shows optimistic. People don't want to watch Moany McGrew. People don't want to watch me sit here just going, you know what I mean? I know this. So I will promise you I will go into it with optimism. But, if we're going to have a little brutal moment of honesty here, I'm going to tell you that I don't think it's the strongest cards. And... we'll have to see how it goes. But yeah, I'm hoping for a good week. Good go-home show. Good NXT. Good SmackDown. Get rid of the bad taste of the releases. And hopefully, again, do you want a bit of optimism? I'll give it to you. Whenever we go into shows with low expectation, normally we come out going, do you know what? That was all right. And it's because we've gone in fearing the worst. And it always seems to work for the best. So I am going into this week kind of like, I'm optimistic. I mean, the card tonight looks fine. I'm like, let's go, So I'm really hopeful that we can come out of it with a good result. And we can come out of it going, do you know what? That was all right. I'm hoping it's going to be a week like that. Lyra ruined it last week by wearing those giant drawers under her skirt. I've heard of PG, but now they've gone too far, says Davids. Bron Breaker, Sammy in a steel cage, said Jeremy. I'd be down for that. That sounds fun. William said, shout out to Daze for putting up with our shiz. William, shout out to you, but I hope you had a good day. Right, Hasib. Let's see what Hasib is bringing to the party. Let's see where we are. Let's go. King.
Hasib Hassan. Daze, you think Cena having a retirement year is a big reason why 2025 ain't cooking cuss. We have to rush everything through him. Everything short-term will have Orton instantly something new iPunk.
It's an interesting point. I don't blame the year for that. I do understand what you're saying about how we've got to kind of like rush through everything. I do understand your point. I think it's an interesting point. I suppose part of the issue is that we have made Cena the focus rather than being the attraction. So what I mean by that is that we could have been telling a story with Cody and the title, and, you know, we could have been doing some good stuff with the top end of the cards, much like we did when Undertaker was around. Undertaker wasn't always champion. You know, you had Stone Cold, you had The Rock, you had Triple H, you had Cena, like Orton, like you had all these people that were champ, and you had the attraction that was The Undertaker doing his thing on the side. And that always gave you at WrestleMania, 9 times out of 10. Obviously, there was times where Undertaker would be around the title, but 9 times out of 10, you would have the title match close the show, and on the card, you would have the attraction, which would be obviously Undertaker and the Streak, right? Which at times was bigger than the title match. I mean, honestly, there's times where people cared about the Streak more than they did the title match. And so I feel like maybe one of the mistakes we've made this year isn't that we've given Cena the full year to say goodbye and we're rushing through stuff. Maybe it's the fact he's hijacked the main event. So actually what's happened now is we have Cena doing his reduced schedule, involved in a story that people are not crazy about because I think it could have worked, but actually it hasn't worked because of The Rock mainly not being around. We did a whole sell the soul thing and then abandoned it, right? Which is fine if this is going to be a side quest, but we've made it the main campaign, and there is no side quest. There's no side quest because we've put all our eggs in the same basket. We've put the title onto Cena. He is the main guy. The title story and the Cena story is one and the same, and it is now the main focus. I mean, really, outside of that, what else is going on other than Seth? Seth and Bron is the side quest, and it's only been around a couple of weeks. So I think the bigger problem is that we've put all our eggs into the one basket. And I think that rather than having Cena doing his final year at the side and having the title do its thing over on the, you know, the main campaign, we've put all our eggs into the same basket. And as a result, we're just really slowing the title picture down. We don't have like the exciting side thing going on other than Seth. Really, you've got Cena on SmackDown, you got Seth on Raw. And outside of that, there's just a few bits. There's just bits. Those are the 2 tent poles. Those are the 2 major things, major talking points on both shows. Seth and Bron and Heyman on Raw, and you've got Cena, Orton on SmackDown. And outside of that, you got some mid-card belts. You got a bit of Iyo, and, you know, some tag stuff going on, but that's it, really. And I just sort of think, like, wouldn't it be better if we had the titles? And, I mean, you could say Jay, but I don't even feel like Jay Logan is that big of a deal. I would struggle to make an argument that Jay versus Logan is 1/10 as big as Cena or Orton. It just doesn't even feel like it's in the same stratosphere. Doesn't even feel like it's close. Maybe it is for Jay fans and Logan fans, but I think for the average fan, it's not on the radar. It's really, I can't say that is a major thing, even though it's a world title. I can't say it's a major talking point or a major focus. So I sort of feel like Cena having his last year, it's kind of unavoidable, isn't it? Because he wants to have his last match, and rather than just do his last match, he wants to have a year to build up to it, and say goodbye to people. And I think all of that's great, should be applauded. I think that there's a lot there that we can do and have done. But yeah, I mean, this clearly is not going the way I would have booked. And, you know, so far, I think the results are mixed at best. And I think I'm a bit more optimistic going forward, because I think I see the vision now of, okay, let's accept The Rock's not going to be around. Let's accept that Cena turned heel and he sold his soul, and that's it. Right, let's just move on from that, right? So going forward, he's now going to have matches with Orton. He's going to have matches with Punk. He'll probably have a rematch with Cena. There's rumors of a tag match of him and Travis. And so we sort of know where we're going, and we know what we're going to do, and we know he's going to be a heel. And I mean, all of that's going to be fine. It's going to be good. I don't see too many people being down on Cena Orton. So I really don't think that that is WWE's problem. I do think it's not been booked right, but that's debatable. And I do think they've put their eggs into the one basket. You know me, I would not have done 17 at WrestleMania. I would have kept going with Cody, and I would have made his feuds more exciting. I would have really made it so that his title campaign now, his title campaign should really be at the point where it feels like any match now he could lose that title. And I would really be trying to find the biggest, most exciting names possible. I sort of feel like his championship run is a little bit like a 5-star match, right? If you're going to have a 5-star match, chances are it starts out feeling each other out, some headlock takeovers, backing away, regrouping, locking back up, yeah? Again, like getting a bit of mat-based stuff in there. And you do that in the early stages, the odd little high spot maybe. But as you start getting to like the 8-minute mark, 10-minute mark, you know, the match might go 22 minutes or something like this, 25 minutes. But once you start getting to that sort of 8-minute, 10-minute mark, you start to go bigger then. Start to pick up the pace. Start to do more of your high spots. Maybe the commentary table will start getting involved. You know, they'll be fighting on the outside, fighting in the crowd, having to get back in the ring, make sure they're not getting counted out. Maybe take a few high risks, some nice reversals. Of course, you're getting closer to the pinfall. If you look at Cody's title reign in that sort of same regard, I sort of feel like we built a foundation with his matches against AJ, which were fantastic. He was never going to lose those. But, you know, they were as good as they could have been. And, you know, I feel like we then moved on to... We botched the summer with Solo. We tried Solo at SummerSlam. We shouldn't have done it. Should have been a much bigger name like The Rock or someone like that, right? I know you can't get The Rock if he's not available, but find me someone that is bigger than Solo. It did not work. And then we moved into a little thing with Kevin, which was pretty fun, actually. A lot of praise for their matches, and you know, the Winged Eagle was involved, and you know, all of that was fine. I sort of feel like we botched it. We needed it to be bigger. We needed it to feel like Cody's title was in more danger. We botched it, but I think just as his reign was starting to heat up, and I said this at the time, like he now goes into a match against Cena where he's the underdog. Just as his reign is starting to heat up, we end it. And actually, in many ways, you could say that Cody's title reign is quite similar to the main event of WrestleMania 41, in the sense of the match is quite slow, it's quite plodding, people are waiting for it to get going, and then Travis Scott came down and it ends. And in many ways, that's kind of what Cody's title reign was like. It was quite plodding, it was quite slow. There was some good little bits in there. People were engaged. People were watching. People were invested because they were waiting for, you know, the better stuff that was going to follow. And then it ended. So I just think, like, the booking of Cena so far this year has not been right. I don't know that this is, you know, what was planned. I mean, I think Triple H didn't want to do the turn until WrestleMania. I think you can thank The Rock. I think The Rock wanted something for Elimination Chamber. He proposed Cody. They then decided to do Cena. Cena said that he was up for doing that at Elimination Chamber, but I don't quite know the order of who said what when. Maybe if The Rock hadn't got involved, we would have had the turn at WrestleMania. We would have had the turn, John Cena turn, and that would have made that moment bigger and better if he'd have turned at Mania rather than turning at Elimination Chamber. So it's a really good point. It's a really good conversation. It's a really good debate in regards to like why has this year felt a little bit of a struggle. I don't think it's because of Cena's final year. I think it's more because we put our eggs into that one basket, and I don't think Cena's been booked well. And I don't think there's enough compelling supporting stories. I don't think there's enough stories that are grabbing people that people want to tune into. Imagine if you had the Wyatt Six cooking and they were doing something really compelling. Imagine if the Raw tag division, I mean, who's the Raw tag champs? New Day. I don't even know what they're doing. I don't even know what division they've got to compete against. I mean, imagine if we had a Raw tag division. I mean, they've actually, all credit to them, thanks to that TLC in particular, they've actually got some flickers of optimism for the SmackDown tag division. I think people would look at that now following that amazing TLC match. People would look at that and go, yeah, I'm down for a bit of the tag division over on SmackDown. They've done some really good stuff over there. But we ain't done any of that over on flipping Raw. And what are we doing with Tiffany now? Going back to a Nia Jax feuds. Who asked for that? who wanted that? Who thought that was a good idea? We put the Cena and the title eggs into the same basket. Jay's facing Logan in a match that just I don't know that anyone really cares about, apart from being worried that Logan might win the title. And Seth and Bron is a couple of weeks old. It's fine, but it's still very early doors, isn't it? And that's kind of where we are right now. And you can understand that you can't make a great meal if you don't have great ingredients, right? Or at least you're going to struggle. And I don't think, looking at how everything is at the moment, I would not class our ingredients as being really that great. The feuds that we've got and what's happening with everything on the shows, I don't think it's strong enough to result in a great show. I don't think you can go, let's take a bit of Tiffany Nia. Let's take a little bit of a rubbish Raw tag division. Let's take, Jay, Logan. Let's mix it together and see what we end up with. I mean, I can tell you what you're going to end up with. Rubbish, slop. You're not going to end up with Michelin star meal, are you? So, I don't know. If anyone wants to go and punch creative in the face, I would honestly be fine with it. I do have sympathy for them. I don't want to come across as being flipping, oh, you always moan, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, it is so frustrating when you look and go, I really do think this could be better, I really do think you could do a better job, right? And I and a lot of people in this community are more than willing to show you, right? I'm more than willing to prove my point. More than willing. If WWE are watching, give us a call. Give anyone in the community a call. Give flipping anyone a call. Go and get another TV writer if you want to go down that road. But I do think the product could be a bit in a bit of a better place, shall we say. But again, I'm going to play devil's advocate, and I am going to move on, right? My devil's advocate point is it's really easy to sit here and say it could be better right now because we've all got good ideas, right, as to what we would do right now. But you got to remember Triple H has been in charge of creative for a few years now. So it's all well and good us having great ideas now, but imagine you're in that seat with that paper in front of you and you're going to write the shows. Let's check back in 2-3 years' time and see how you're feeling then. Are you going to be feeling frazzled? Are you going to be feeling dejected? Are you going to be feeling frustrated? Are you going to be feeling burnt out? Let's check back in 2-3 years. So it's easy to go, oh, we could do a better job, right? Because we've got all these ideas of stuff we would love to do. But you got to remember Triple H has been booking and, the creative team have been booking, well, certainly under Triple H for 2-3 years now. So 2-3 years in the future, how would you be feeling then? So I'm constantly trying to play devil's advocate. I'm constantly trying to be fair. And there's a good chance that a lot of us would be feeling burnt out with the amount of work they have to do and everything. It's not an easy life. I will give them that.
David Hall. Lyra ruined it last week wearing those giant drawers under skirt. I've heard of PG friendly, but now they've gone too far.
Yeah, we got that one. I don't know if I had that copied. Here's Hannah.
Hannah WWE. Daze. What if WWE is playing the trolling game with you, where they'll put those subtle glitches to get your hopes up, but they don't show week after week, but they'll still be contracted to WWE? Lol.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know in regard. They're not trolling me because I am not spending much time on it, to be honest. I mean, I've not done any videos on it. I've not broken it down. I've not gone frame by frame. I mean, they're not trolling me if that's what's happening. They wouldn't do that anyway. I think WWE know there's a lot of frustration that's out there. So if they're going to do something, it's going to be part of hopefully a bigger plan. The only reason it would fall apart is if there's a change in situation, you know. Someone gets injured, someone's doing a film, and you started building to something that then can't happen. So, yeah, I don't think it's going to be a case that they are purposefully, you know, lol, kind of check that out. We'll put an odd tease up and then just leave it. I think if it's just hard to know, though, because they do glitches and static on screen and all that stuff. Whenever you get any actual technical problems, it's always hard to know as to, is that a message, a clue? Is that is that indicative of something, or is it just a glitch? You know, I mean, there's loads of times where you'll see the screens glitching out because maybe someone got thrown into them, or maybe one of them's playing up. You know, I mean, technical problems do happen. So it's just hard to know. It's hard to know. Which is why if we get something else this week, and certainly if people can look at it and there's another different name in there, like last week, people think they found the name Alexa. So what if we get a glitch this week and hidden within there is the name Nikki or Howdy? I mean, all of a sudden then, I think we're a lot more interested, you know? I think we'll be a lot more interested then. I think all of a sudden this has now got... There's a pattern now, and I suppose that's what I'm waiting for. Really, is show me a pattern, show me, and it's got to be something good. There's no point in there being a little thing and people think they can see a face or something like this, you know, unless it's a really obvious face. But do you know what I mean? Like, it's got to be something that you go, yeah, okay, I see that, I see that. So yeah, I'm interested, but I've not. I think I've been quite good with it in regards to not getting carried away, being quite reserved, just like keeping it at arm's length. But we'll see if we get something tonight. Adam
Bryburn. Howdy Daze.
Hello,
Do you
buds.
think WWE needs a championship restructure? The tag division feels spread thin between two titles, and the US title feels lacking to me lately, even if I do have hope for Jacob.
Yep, I think that's very fair. I actually would be quite tempted to just have one tag division. I think that SmackDown has done really well with their tag division, so I don't know if we can't just take a couple of teams and just put them over there, get some secondary stories going. I don't know that we need 2 sets of tag belts and we need 2 separate divisions. We're doing some really good stuff. I mean, I think a draft is probably needed. And I think that Triple H might want to sit there and go, right, I would like to have 6 teams on Raw, 6 teams on SmackDown. Let's get this sorted. What are my 6 teams? In regards to the women, I'd like to have 8 women on Raw, 8 women on SmackDown. In regards to the guys, I'd like to have 20 guys or whatever it breaks down as, yeah? I don't know quite how it all breaks down or how big the rosters are or whatever, but I would have to think that there's some sort of rough guideline like that. For a 3-hour Raw, you need... For a 2-hour SmackDown, you need... X amount of guys, X amount of teams, X amount for the mid-card, blah, blah, blah. Some spare people to rotate in and out. I need this many heels. I need this many faces. I've got to think that that exists. It'd be one of the first things I'd do. If I got there, I'd be like, right, how many people do I need? What's my roster size? How many heels do I need? Who's my number 1 babyface? Who's my number 1 heel? Who's my number 2 babyface? Who's my number 2 heel? Men's division, women's division. What's my mid-card looking like? So on, so on, so on. So I feel like we need a draft to kind of get back to that Do you know what I mean? I feel like we need a draft to make sure that those numbers are numbering. And yeah, I think we've seen some good stuff on the SmackDown side of the tag division. We've seen pretty much next to nothing on the Raw side. In regards to the United States Championship, there's a few people sniffing around. Obviously, we've got a fatal four-way. But I suppose the problem with the mid-card is you never quite know who's available. You never quite know who's in the mid-card. I mean, really, the mid-card is anyone not going for the title, the top title. You're not really going to get a CM Punk or anyone going after the Intercontinental or anything like that. But, you know, a Finn Balor, a Dominic Mysterio, a Penta, a Phoenix, a Ludwig Kaiser, a Sheamus, like even a Drew has now slipped into that fatal four-way. Solo, obviously, is a name that everyone would... but you could go Santos Escobar, you could go Andrade. I mean, it's just Dragon Lee. You could... The whole thing is just... It's the roster, isn't it, really? It's outside of a handful of people. So the mid-card belts feel like just a big ocean of people. But as a result, it's really hard to kind of build a division. You know? It's really hard to build a division of people that are going after that belt, because it's a bit wider than that. There's pros and cons to that, of course, but yeah, I don't disagree with you that the mid card titles feel a little bit mid. I think the word mid could be emphasized on them at the moment. I'm kind of into Dominic being the Intercontinental and Jacob being the United States. I think the champions are pretty good at the moment, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like they're just not... They don't carry much prestige. I don't really feel like they mean a great deal at the moment. I remember when Triple H first took over, he was running these video packages if ever it was like an Intercontinental title match. And he was going through the history and really bigging up the belt and making it a massive thing. We don't seem to do that anymore. We don't seem to do that if ever there's a US title, you know, defense or an Intercontinental title defense. I don't disagree. I think there's definitely a bit more that we can do on that front. Tag division, I don't know. I don't know if you don't just wait for the draft and maybe go from there. It's yeah, it's a little off, isn't it, at the moment? Again, without being disrespectful, it just feels a little loose. But let's see. No Cap Popeye.
No Cap Popeye.
Appreciate the support, dude.
£10. Hey, Daze, mate. I feel like Backlash is a rushed pull. I feel like it should have been at the end of May. I'm not hyped for Backlash TBH, but what you think of it, Daze?
Yeah, I think we've covered it. I kind of went through match by match. I agree. It feels a bit rushed. I think we're still kind of recovering from WrestleMania. I think that the stories are a bit undercooked. I do think that Backlash is sometimes that way, but yeah, this is particularly close. I think, you know, Triple H had a challenge, didn't he, of having 2 extra weeks before WrestleMania, which he said like caused big problems. And now I think he's probably got the same challenge the other side of WrestleMania, where he's had 2 weeks removed, because normally he would have had 2. I mean, really, we've took 2 weeks from post-Mania and put it pre-Mania, and he says that really messed up the road to Mania, and I'm sure he would say that it messed up the road to Backlash because it came around too quickly, which is actually understandable. I actually don't disagree. So, I don't know. I sort of feel like it is what it is, and we've got a card. And to be honest with you, I would much rather have a show than not have a show. The frustrating thing for me, though, is this weekend is actually UFC 315. So I'm all right for this weekend. I could have done like a big cage fighting event, which I do enjoy watching. But for some reason, TKO, in their never-ending wisdom, right, with their never-ending intellect, went, do you know what we should do? Do you know what would be really cool? If we put 2 of our major events on the exact same time. Let's put on Backlash and flip in UFC 315 on the same day. Yeah. I don't know time-wise if they are exactly lining up. Perhaps you could just catch one and then catch the other, but I don't understand. I don't understand why you would put on... I mean, they own 3... I think they own 3 things. They own bull riding, WWE and UFC. It can't be hard to make sure they don't clash their major shows. But, well, here we are. Here we are. So, yeah, it is what it is. And obviously we'll be watching Backlash. I learned a long time ago to put, we're a wrestling channel first and foremost. We put the wrestling first. So we will be here for Backlash. And I am, I'm not blown away by the card, but I do think that main event is very tasty. I mean, it is actually a card that, to be honest with you, it could be full of absolute rubbish, which some might say it is. As long as you've got John Cena, Randy Orton, one last time, it's hard to be down on that. So I promise you, go in with optimism this weekend. I'm not just saying it. I am going in with optimism, because if I get nothing else, I am going to watch a show that is going to give me the final chapter in one of the greatest rivalries in WWE history. We are going to see John Cena, Randy Orton one last time. And they are each other, in my mind, they're each other's greatest rivals. The greatest rival of Randy is John Cena. Some would say Bray Wyatt, but in my mind, because of the fact they came through together, they were on the roster. I mean, Bray, when does he debut? Is it 2013? And, or 2012, 2013? And so we've got like a long period of time where Cena and Orton had been, going at each other before that point. And in my mind, like the number of times they faced, they came through together, they are just like chalk and cheese. They are just the polar opposites of each other. But equally, they are two major stars. It's that generation's Rock and Austin. I would say the ruthless aggression Rock and Austin is Orton and Cena. In the PG era as well. So I think to see one last time, they did, I don't think they quite got to Rock Austin levels, but as a rivalry, I think we overdid it. I think that we went back to it too many times. There was too many screwy finishes, all that sort of stuff. But I mean, you're talking about two of WWE's biggest ever stars, two of their most decorated stars. The amount of world titles between them now is what are we looking at? 31, something like that. World titles between them is like, I mean, it's insane, isn't it? Longevity, star power. I mean, it just ticks every box. So to see them two one last time is special stuff. I don't know how great the match is going to be, but it's going to be special. So Backlash will forever have that. So even if it has nothing else, it will forever be known for that. So that makes it fun and exciting, and that makes it definitely noteworthy. But I don't disagree with you. I think that we are just in need of a little bit more time to really build up these feuds that feel a little bit undercooked. But, the schedule is the schedule.
David Duffett. $2 Canadian. It's backwash, not backlash. Del Rio helps Cena.
No. I don't expect Del Rio to be on the main show. So, Latin Lover has confirmed that Angel and Berto will be the first superstars that will be at AAA Triple Mania on June 15th. He also said that some TNA talent will be a part of that show as well. I feel like we might need to watch AAA Triple Mania this year. Because I feel like I need to learn about WWE's Mexican promotion. So, AAA Triple Mania on June 15th. Interesting. So, Del Rio, I don't expect to see him on the main roster. He is likely just going to stay with AAA, but I don't know if it's not going to be... I don't know if they're not just going to allow his contract to wind down and then just part ways. I really don't know what they're gonna do. The word earlier was that he had signed a new deal, but then word came out after that his contract was just continuing, and WWE had just allowed it to continue. I think the big story is WWE have taken over AAA recently, and they have not fired Del Rio. That's the story. Be it that they've either given him a new contract, which would be a AAA contract, or they're just continuing with his contract. But I do not expect him to be appearing on the main roster. Niall said, what type of glitch would it be, says Niall. Well, last week it was a screen in the background. So Logan was walking down a corridor. We had a screen that had a graphic on for Raw. There was a bit of text at the bottom and it started like glitching out. And people paused it and they found the word Alexa. Some people found let me hidden in there, but they couldn't find the word in. But again, you have to go back to, if you look, you can find stuff, you know. So I don't know. Could it be something? Sure. Do we know that it's something? No. But it could be something. But equally, it could have been just a little glitch backstage. So really, it would be anything. And it could be anywhere. So there's no way of making it easier than that, because we don't even know if it is a thing. And so I think they would make it obvious. I don't think it would be something really hidden in the background. You can't make out what it is. It would have to be something that is clear and you see it, and it communicates something Wyatt 6 related. So, yeah, as I said, if it was like a bit of static and there's no message in there, I don't know that it would be connected. Because if it's just a little bit of static for a moment, I don't know. That would be annoying, because that, to me, would not be communicating anything. That could easily just be another technical problem. I think there does need to be something in there that makes it clear that it is connected to the Wyatt 6. Like last week, people think they found the word Alexa, which is obviously a big word to find. So I kind of feel like it would need to be somewhat similar. But where it would appear, when it would appear, don't know. Really don't know. We're all going to be eagle-eyed. Roman Reigns fan. Shout out to you, buds. Let's see what Roman Reigns fan has got to say.
Roman Reigns fan. £6.80.
Appreciate it.
Hello, Daze. Had a few quid spare and thought I'd pass it along to ya.
Appreciate
Thanks
it.
for all you do, mate, and have a beer or two on me. God bless and take care.
Roman Reigns fan, thank you, my friend. I really appreciate that. That's really kind. It goes back into the channel somewhere, be it through I've had to buy some more lights because this light was flickering the other day. So it looks all right now, but I had to spend like about 40 odd pound on a new bulb. These bulbs for these, I've got this big light in front. I don't even know if it makes a massive difference. I suppose it does. Yeah, it does make a difference. That does look better, actually. But that was flickering, so I had to buy some. So some way it will go back in the channel. Or maybe I'll take you up on your drink offer. I don't know yet. But Roman Reigns fan, I really appreciate that, my friend. Thank you for the support. Okay, we've got Challenger Dark.
Challenger Dark. New member. $4 and 99 cents. Hey Daze, would you ever play WWE 2K? I would love to see you play my GM mode. In that mode, you are basically a head booker. It is so fun, you would love it.
Yeah, Challenger mode, I think I would enjoy it. I can't see me playing it, to be honest, just because I'm really quite maxed out at the moment. I'm feeling really good. I had a good weekend. I think I had the weekend I needed. I didn't do anything on Saturday apart from Unseen. I did record a predictions video, which I managed to get up on Sunday. We also did the watch-along yesterday for Backlash 2008, and I really enjoyed that. I like going back doing those retro watch-alongs. It's a good refresh, but it's just another way of us hanging out, and they're chill. I mean, they're really chill, those streams. So I really enjoy doing those. I will always look to see if there's other opportunities for WWE Vault to kind of, show something, and we jump on and do a watch along for it. So, yeah, I mean, what that weekend allowed me to do, though, because that Backlash stream wasn't the longest. You know, a UFC stream's like 7 hours. Backlash stream was like, I don't know, 4, something like that, if that. So I really feel like I was able to catch up with some stuff, which I really needed to be able to do. So I'm in a good place, but I am still pretty much maxing out at the moment. So actually sitting down and like playing a game, recording it, going through it, I wish I had the time for it. I really do. I wish I had the time for extra content. I've got a toy hunt that I need to edit that I've just not had chance to edit yet, you know. And I look at what's on the channel. I know what's missing. It's a little bit like how people go up to Karrion Kross and they say to Karrion, like, I watched his documentary the other day, and people go up to Karrion and they're like, did you think of, have you ever thought of this? Have you ever thought of that? And he's like, yeah, I have actually. Yeah, I have. And it's like, I'd feel like that. Not in regards to the 2K thing, but I look at the channel and I'm like, I can see there's like, I don't know, fun videos that are missing. I can see that we do news. I can see we do watch-alongs. I can see we put up little short reactions. I can see that there's good stuff, and I'm really pleased with where the channel is. But I can see that, like, some fun bits could be in there, and, you know, things like toy hunts. But, I don't know, maybe alternatives, maybe like playing the game, or, I mean, those videos used to be on the channel. I used to have videos like that, but the honest, hand on my heart, swear to the Lord, answer is that the time is not there. And so it's just a case of, if I can get ahead of myself, if I can maybe find a way of making things easier, quicker to do, and I can free up some time, then maybe then we can start exploring some other things. I've been thinking about that, you know, because, I mean, there's so many ways that I could speed things up, but it does mean changing the way that I do certain things. For example, I get tagged in a lot of stuff from people, which I really appreciate, for Unseen, but it would be quicker for me to just go through the list of big accounts that I follow and just compile it that way. Because at the moment, I have to go through my notifications, but then I have to go through that list as well. Well, if I don't have to go through notifications, I just go through the list. I think I could still compile Unseen as it is, and only go through one list rather than two, which I think would shave at least, don't even know, 2-3 hours each day I would get back if I did that. But the downside is, you know, the people that tag me and stuff wouldn't then get into the video. So that's a dilemma, isn't it? Like, that's a problem. But I mean, with that extra time that I would get back, I could then start to potentially, not making any commitments, but I could then start potentially look at, okay, I've got this time back now. How do I use that time? Can I start working on some fun videos, even if it is just one a week? Maybe I use that time, and by the end of the week, I've got a video that I can put on the channel that's a bit more fun. So, I don't know, there's, you know, I've got like a members game which takes ages to kind of put together. I'm really working hard, and I've worked hard all weekend to try and get a few of those lined up, so I'm getting ahead of myself. So I've got a few weeks worth of stuff lined up. Again, can I get to the point where I've got 10, 20 weeks done, and then I don't have to do that for 1 week, and I could do a fun video? So that's my challenge, just so we're on the same page. But I do see that there is a need to kind of bring in more of that kind of fun content, but I don't know what we do. It takes up a fair bit of time. But good suggestion, but here's AAA. Let's see what AAA is saying.
Iyo Daze, don't you think Randy deserves to win a title? He deserves it. It's been a long time since he won. He should win at least any title, or maybe Wii Championship.
Yeah, I think he will, to be honest. I think he will get a title. I think he should get a world title. I don't think he'll get the one off Cena at the moment. But I don't know. I mean, if they want to, I think they could still maybe get him to 18. He's on 14. That means he needs another 4 title runs. If he can get, he doesn't even need the WWE one, does he? He could get the World Heavyweight one. I think it'd be hard. I think in order to do that, you have to do it. Do you know what I mean? I don't think it would happen naturally. Another 4 world title runs, if you just naturally allow his story to just play, I don't know that he picks up 4 world titles. I think you'd have to sit down with that particularly in mind. It might be that they just get him to 17 so that he ties with Cena. I think Cena and Orton as joint co-holders might be something WWE would like to do. So I don't know that he stays where he is, which I think is 14. I don't know that he's going to stay there. I hope he doesn't. I hope he at least adds to that because, yeah, he's a great name. He's a big talent. He's a legend. But it's one of those where, like, Undertaker's a legend. Undertaker's a big name. He got nowhere near that number because he never needed it. He was a big name. He was a big attraction. People bought tickets to see him. He sold merch. Brandy's, for a long time, been in that boat as well. It won't harm his legacy if he doesn't add to it. But I think, if you're going to stick around, you would obviously like to add to your accomplishments. If I'm Randy Orton, and I'm sticking around and I'm putting in, and I love wrestling and I've not gone to Hollywood, I, of course, want to add to my accomplishments. So yeah, I think that it is a case that he is going to add to it. I don't know when though, and I don't think it's going to be against Cena, because I think that Cena's story about being the last real champion and leaving with that belt, I think that is going to be the big story of the year, or for the bulk of the year.
Edward Brown, LFC1, member. Hey Daze, how are you bud? Hope all is well back in gym. Now, training was good, glad to be back working hard also. How confident are you that Cena will have the belt till his last match? I'm 90-10 he will.
I am 50-50 on it. I'm probably a little bit, maybe I'm 55 or 60-40 he won't, just because that last match I think is in Boston. I think it's at Saturday night's main event. I think that it's going to be a case that that crowd is going to be behind him, and there's no way of changing that. And I think if you're going to try and save wrestling, you can't really do it in front of a crowd that's cheering for the heel. You can't really do it in front of a crowd that's cheering for the guy that's going to ruin wrestling. I sort of feel like that's going to completely ruin the narrative. So it may make sense to do it at least the match before. At least the match before. I mean, maybe you could get it like, I don't know. I was going to say, maybe you could make it announce that Cena's last match is a non-title match. Perhaps you could make it very clear that that last match, I'm going to be champ and I'm not defending my belt. And so I wonder if you could make a case. Is there any way you can make the second from last match feel like it's the last match, If you could announce not who the opponent is, but if Cena says that I'm going to, my last match is going to be non-title. I'm the last real champ. I can do what I want. Then you could maybe do that in advance so that you build the second from last match as the last championship defense. And so that's hopefully in front of a more hostile crowd, where if he doesn't beat him here, that's it. It's done. It's done. If he doesn't beat him here, then it's done. The only problem you've got is if Money in the Bank is still around, people will always be like, well, such and such could cash in at that last match. It really depends on the story you want to tell. It really depends on the direction you want to go. But I would say that I'm like really split as to whether he goes into that last match with that belt. Because ideally, I think he would. If it wasn't in Boston and it was going to be a hostile Cena crowd, then I think the story for me would be what we've discussed before, which is Cena goes in, he goes in as champ, he manages to win, everyone's like, oh my God, he's ruined wrestling. And then Adam Pearce comes out and says such and such is cleared. The Money in the Bank holder is now cleared. They come running out. Word on the street was they were going to be out until at least March or whatever it might be. We've spoke about it before. Make it seem like Money in the Bank is not an option, but then on the night, in the moment, it becomes an option. And I think then you've got like a real Dolph Ziggler cashing in on Del Rio type moment. Like a real excited, oh my God, it's happening. I mean, you get that with Money in the Bank anyway, but my favorite cash-in is Dolph Ziggler's. Dolph cashing in on Del Rio. Oh, so good. In the Izod Center, place going bananas. People were so desperate for Dolph to be champion. So desperate. And he comes walking down, cashes in on Del Rio, gets the victory. If you've never seen it, watch it. It's Raw after WrestleMania. And it is so good. So good. The Izod Center. I mean, it was so good. I even remember the venue. It was just going bananas. I mean, it could be something like that. If it was in a hostile Cena place, then you could do that. But with it being a pro-Cena crowd, because of it being Boston, Massachusetts, which I've got to imagine is going to be a very pro-Cena crowd, I wonder if you have to just drop the title just a little bit before. And, that's fine. You can absolutely do that. You might just have to find a way of making it seem like this really is the last opportunity. And if you go that way, I would have the person with the Money in the Bank cash in at some point, either before the match or during that match, to take away that sort of last match option of, oh my God, they could cash in, yeah? And I would really bill it as the last title defense, do it in front of a hostile crowd. And then that means that Cena loses the belt in his second from last match, dejected, whatever, and I don't know then what it sets up. I don't know if like The Rock turns on him or if I don't know where we'll be at that point. But that could then set up the final match, couldn't it? I mean, put it this way: if Seth joins up with Cena at some point this year, and Bron is part of that group with The Rock, then of course when Cena loses the title, you could have Seth turn on Cena, Bron attack Cena, and then I think either Seth or Bron as Cena's final opponent. Would be fine. Either Seth or Bron after they'd beaten up Cena for losing the title and letting them down. There was a plan. John just needed to keep that title. John was going to leave with the belt. This was going to allow Seth to get his hands on that belt when Cena had gone, but now he's lost it. The plan's been ruined. And so they start beating him up. And then, it could set up something like that. And then, but I don't know. Everyone's got so many thoughts on it, and they're all great. We could probably and should actually do a video where we talk about Cena's final match and like fantasy book it. But that's kind of where my head would be at with all of that, which is why I would say I'm 50-50 as to whether he has the belt in that last match, and might even be leaning towards, I don't know that he does. But yeah, pros and cons everywhere you turn. Let's get a couple more comments. Let's go. How long we ain't got long, have we? Before we actually get to the start of Raw, I really want to have a look, so I don't want to run the risk of forgetting. I want to have a look and see who you lot have voted for our Community Hall of Fame. I have not looked today. I saw that there was a front runner as of yesterday. I don't know if there's been any movement there, but let's say 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Let's get it done in 20 minutes. If you've not voted, you can go over onto the posts tab, click on that, vote, and register your vote as to who it is you'd like to see go into the Hall of Fame. And we'll do that in about 20 minutes time. We'll try and do that before Raw starts. Otherwise, I am going to run the risk of forgetting, because I'm hoping we're going to get like maybe another glitch. We're going to get like, whatever Seth and Bron and Heyman are going to talk to us about. I'm hoping there's going to be some good juicy stuff there. Okay, a couple of comments here. Here's Edward and
Edward Brown, LFC1, member.
Oh.
Daze. There's rumours suffering that we are interested in bring Rhonda back. I've tagged you in it. Do you think she should come back? Personally, I love her, but she's had her time. If she does, how you book her?
So Ronda, rumors that she's going to come back. Okay, that's interesting. I think that she could come back because I think that TKO are going to be very interested in someone that has done both of their major promotions. You know, she is someone that's done pro wrestling, but she's also someone that's been in UFC. I think that there's obviously challenges there. And the challenges are that she is very limited. She's been very outspoken with the fans. And I think that it is a challenge to really present her in any kind of constructive way. But it's also not impossible. If you remember the praise that she had when she was in that tag match at WrestleMania 34, like if you can put the right people around her, then you should be able to get something good. Make her a heel because the fans just aren't going to accept her. So make her a heel and have her go up against baby faces and, you know, put the bells and whistles around. If you put her in a street fight, she's good. Put her in any kind of brawl, I think she works really well. But put her in any kind of professional wrestling match and it's lacking. So there will be tons of people saying, no, thank you. I'm really not looking for that. I'm really not interested in Ronda coming back. I totally understand. I'm not campaigning for it, right? I'm not sat here going, yeah, bring her back. Let's do it. I know the fans are not interested. But the point I'm making is I get why TKO would be interested. She's been a big player in both of their major promotions that they own. I mean, unless she's going to get a bull and start doing bull riding, you know, she's been in UFC, she's been in TKO. So there's only bull riding that she's not been a part of for TKO. So she is that kind of, you know, TKO would love Brock Lesnar to be around right now. They would love Ronda Rousey to be around. Any of those kind of crossover stars for them, it's gold because they're known and, you know, I would say respected, but in Brock's case, respected by both brands. Brock Lesnar for TKO is gold because they can have him on UFC shows, they can have him on WWE shows, and he's loved by both audiences. UFC fans love Brock Lesnar, respect Brock Lesnar. He was legit. UFC fans, they definitely respect Ronda. The sport has moved on past Ronda, but she will forever be an important part of the history of UFC. Without Ronda, Dana said there would be no women fighters in UFC. It was Ronda that opened that door. She's important. And I think this is why I've always had so much respect for her. And plus also, when she went into WWE, she was working full-time. She wasn't just coming in doing the odd thing. Like, she was doing house shows. I saw her at a house show. And I sort of see these celebrities or people coming over, just, you know, your Logan Pauls that just do the odd Raw, pay-per-view, and that's it. That was not Ronda's approach. She tried to do it the right way. Her problem was that she was just not very good. She wasn't a very good promo. She wasn't a very good professional wrestler. And, you know, the wrestling fans saw that quite quickly. And then I think she saw people making comments. I don't think she dealt with that well. You know, the way of dealing with that was to kind of publicly speak out about wrestling fans, which was not only her getting at those that had criticized her, but of course then upsets those that hadn't. So she sort of shot herself in the foot with that, which I don't know if retrospectively she would maybe not have done now. But, you know, I sort of, I've seen the journey. I understand why these things have happened. I understand that she may not be like a great person in real life as well. There's plenty of those comments that I've heard, that in real life she's not that great of a person. But I don't know. I like Ronda. I like the fact that she is a really important person in the history of women's sport. She's a really important person in the history of UFC. I was so excited when she came into WWE because she is legit a badass. She's legit one of the most dangerous women on the planet. Maybe not so much now, but at the time, going back 10 years ago, she was. And so seeing her coming in just after Asuka had won that Rumble, pointing up at the WrestleMania sign, and I don't know, it was good. It was exciting. I was into it. But, you know, it didn't work. So for me, I don't need a back. It didn't work, and we can move on. But I do understand why TKO are interested. I do understand what they see. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see. If they bring it back, I hope they book it well. And, well, I'm not sure how much hope I've got of that, but I hope they book it well, and I hope it doesn't stink the place out. And I hope that I would love for Ronda to get a bit of respect back, you know? I'd love for her in her shoot interviews to speak kindly of wrestling fans and speak kindly of wrestling and say how much she loves it, how much she missed it, how much she respects it, how she was, you know, scared, intimidated, felt threatened, was getting hate, and made comments that she really regrets. And maybe she could do a bit of walking back there, and that might go some way. I think if her in-ring was to improve, or if we could at least make her look better, and I don't know, perhaps there'd be like a redemption there, but it's just hard to see. I think the most wrestling fans are just done, to be honest. Most wrestling fans are like, you couldn't even pay me to want to watch Ronda Rousey. So it might be like trying to flog a dead horse. Doc Holiday.
9 Doc's Holiday 4. Just called out of work to watch Raw. Told the boss I am way too horny to work.
Nice.
Don't want to get an HR complaint, so I need to stay home.
Okay. That's fine. Yeah. I think that's fine. If I was a boss and someone called me up saying I'm way too horny to come into work, to be honest, I wouldn't want to really be around that person, you know? If someone's called me up going, I'm just too horny, I'd be like, do you know what? You keep your horn at home. I don't necessarily need that around me right now. So thank you for your honesty. That's how the phone conversation would go. So yeah, I think as excuses go, I think that's right up there. So enjoy Raw. Yeah, not too much. I don't want any accidents, but enjoy Raw. Dr. Pina.
Dr. Pina. Member. My new adult novel, Underdazer, is out, about UT putting Daze up for a tombstone. He notices Daze's huge urn, puts him down and bows to the girthy urn.
Is everyone all right? I mean, I feel like we do talk about wrestling, and I can't think of anything that I've said that's been, like, kinky or pervy or anything along those lines. And that is just a couple of absolutely random super chats that have come in, both of which are leaning towards that sort of darker, pervier side of things, which I know exists in this community. It's a very carefully curated community. All of you are here because you're perverts. Not a single one of you can say that you're not, because you have been carefully selected, hand-chosen, allowed to stay because of the fact you are a pervert, right? I would not be surprised if 90% of you are not on some sort of register somewhere. But I don't know. Normally I have to like make the odd comment to kind of bring that out. And I've not done anything. I am such a pure, innocent virgin on this stream. So I don't know. It seems like people are a little amped up today. I don't know if it's not the excitement of Backlash maybe that's bringing it out in people, or maybe it's the talk of Ronda returning has got people all excited. I have no idea, but hopefully the show can deliver the same sort of spunk that I see in the community. So God bless you all. God bless you all. Tritum Cascades, shout out to you. Let's see what Tritum's saying. Hopefully Tritum's going to drag us back to professional wrestling.
Tritium Cascade. Member. Of course we are perverts. We watch half-naked men and women rub each other down in front of large crowds.
Okay. Not quite what I was after, but I'll take it. So, Tritum, thank you, my friend. A. Jobson said, I'm going to miss Braun, but his legs were looking a bit rough towards the end. What do you mean? Like his mobility? Like things along those lines? His movement? Boom, boom. I'm just trying to get set up for... the stream. There we go. There we flipping go. I am set up. Right, MLW Flash. Shout out to you, my friends. Firing in some Wrestling Daze memberships. We'll go over to the Hall of Fame thing in about 8 minutes. About 8 minutes. Nick the Chain Guy said, I've created a few little animals dressed as wrestlers. I even created one dressed as you. Would you read out this message and let the community know that I can create them for them as well? Ah, yes, there you go. So I did retweet a couple. I retweeted, I think, the Wrestling Daze one. And I think on the Wrestling Daze community tab, I think I've retweeted a couple of them over there as well. So, yeah, there you go. Hit up Nick if you would like to be a little furry creature. Yeah. I mean, that feels like a perv thing as well, to be honest, but I think it is quite innocent. Denise said, I love my Rock Bend and Bash action figure. I'm just disappointed that the toy is kind of small. I thought that it would be bigger than what it is for its size, says Denise Mama D. Denise, shout out to you. I can't quite picture it, to be honest. What is it? Bend and... What's it called? Bend and Bash. Bend and Bash Rock action figure. I see it. I see it. Looks about that big. I've just got a picture on eBay. I mean, it's not a bad looking figure of the Rock at all, to be honest with you. If I go over whoosh, it looks pretty good. Is that it there? It's there we go. 5.5 inch. 5.5 inch. Which I think is about that, isn't it? That's about 5.5 inches, I think. About that. Something like that. Roughly about that. I think it's about 5.5 inches. Don't know. It's always hard for guys to figure that stuff out. Gonna be interesting to see what they do with Raquel now, said Brony, that Liv is gone for a month. I think this is her chance to show what she's got, because she just feels like Liv's sidekick at the moment, says Brony. Zoom Station said, how can you not be a perv and watch Hollywood Liv bounce to the ring wearing red dental floss at WrestleMania? Mom's covering eyes, said Zoom Station. I wonder, that's a good point. A lot of kids in the crowd, wasn't there, at WrestleMania? I wonder what they thought when Liv came down in what can only be described as flipping negligee. I don't know. It was all a little bit BDSM, wasn't it? Hannah said, days with no PLE in September, Crown Jewel being in October. What are we hoping takes place in those months? Maybe a Super Brawl. I mean, I'm sure there will be a show that we get at that time. I'm trying to think, was there a break last year other than December? I think there was. I think there was a little gap in proceedings last year. Let's have a little look. 2024. June, July, August, September, October, November. No, it was just December. We did get Saturday night's main event in December, but that doesn't count. I thought there was a gap around that point that we had missed. No, we had... Oh, there was. I was right. Guys, I was right. Oh my God, guys. I was right. I feel like Tommaso Ciampa. September last year, yeah. It was No Mercy. We had an NXT show, but there wasn't a show in September. So they did SummerSlam on the 3rd, and then they did Bash in Berlin on the 31st. So technically, we had 2 in August, which meant we didn't get one in September. So they may run the same, mightn't they? They might just run the same. That sucks. That sucks. But we SummerSlam is 2 days, isn't it, this time? So if we do get to SummerSlams, and then I don't know when these things are. Bash in Paris and all of that. Clash in Paris is 31st. Yeah. So they are doing the exact same thing. But the good thing is SummerSlam is 2 days this year. So really we're getting 3 pay-per-views, 3 PLEs in August. Because SummerSlam's going to be 2 days. And then on the 31st, we get Bash in Paris. Then nothing in September. There was nothing in September last year apart from No Mercy. Bad Blood in October. Crown Jewel in November. Survivor Series in November. Nothing in December. And I wonder if this will be the same. So, yeah, it might just be a run again of same as last year. 6 minutes. Daze, you're always right. You're never wrong, says Kelly. Kelly, I can only wish that was true. Steve M said, Daze, with all of the scores collected by the community, you could start your own database and call it Daze Match. Yeah, do you know, I do have those scores in a spreadsheet. And my plan was that every month I wanted to do the top matches for Raw, the top matches for SmackDown, the top PLE matches, and do that each month. And then at the end of the year, just a short, I mean, not like a big video, just like a minute thing that goes on the channel. I mean, I just thought that would be a good way of using the data, but you know the word I'm going to say. You know the word I'm thinking, yeah? Time. It does not exist for me. I don't know if you lot get more time than I do, but I just don't ever have any. I never have any. I just never seem to find any. So I think I'm living life wrong. I think I'm just taking too. Perhaps it's like, I don't think other channels do the 2 hours before chats that we do. So immediately, if I cut those, that would be 2 hours saved. I could save at least 2 hours, as I said, on Unseen, but I don't really want to do that. And that would be like 4 hours a day. Just those two things would potentially get me 4 hours back. So it's like, perhaps I'm just not being very clever with my time. Perhaps my time is like, perhaps I need to put a bit more value onto my time, you know, rather than just like, yeah. But I love these 2 hours before. I'm really not going to look to lose these. But, yeah, I would love to do something with that data. But time is not on my side. Which I feel like is a lyric from the Rolling Stones. Daze, if you get the Rock figure and replay WrestleMania 41, then at least he would turn up. No, apparently Mattel are very strict with the fact that it has to be kept authentic. So actually, if you do try to create WrestleMania 41 at home, apparently your Rock figure leaves. Apparently it's got like a built-in mechanism where it just walks out the door and refuses to take part, which is very dramatic. So, yeah, sadly not. Right, guys, I said that I was going to have a look to see who goes into the Hall of Fame, and you know what? God damn it, I'm a man of my words. I'm an absolute man of my words. And there was a front runner. And I can tell you there is still a front runner. And so, big congratulations, huge congratulations to the inductee into the Hall of Fame for the month of April, Trini. There we go. We said we would announce on the Raw stream. We have but mere minutes to go until Raw actually begins. And so with a gap like that, Trini was in the lead. We could come back to this at the end. I'm pretty confident Trini would still be in the lead. So Trini has done it. Job done. Job secure. Trini is going into the Hall of Fame. Trini, if you're watching this, please send me a little message. Not like, Daze, I love you, but like, you know, some that I can read to the community. Or a video. If you would like to say it directly, I'll play that. Please wear clothes, though. But yeah, we can. I can do that. And I need a picture as well. Yeah. Again, please wear clothes. And so I can get it in the video. But there we go. Trini has done it. Very popular. I mean, well done to everyone, by the way. Just getting nominated is like such an achievement. It's so hard to get nominated. If you make it that far, I mean, it really is an achievement in its own right. So well done to all the nominees. But for this month, it is Trini that got the job done and goes into the Hall of Fame. Congrats, Trini. I don't even think I've seen her around, actually. Is she even here? I don't even know if she's here. Oh, imagine if she's not here. Psh, unbelievable. This is who you lot have voted in, or someone that can't even be bothered to show up. Huh? That's who you voted in. Someone that doesn't even respect us enough to show up. Unbelievable. Yeah, good choice, everyone. Well done. Yeah, boo Trini. Part-timer. Oh, yeah, part-timer. She's basically the flipping rock of our community. She's part-timer. Unbelievable. She's here. We just can't see her. Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, sure. Sure. Yeah. She's just hiding at the moment, guys. She's just hiding. Do you know, I'm going to say it right now, recount. I'm going to say it right now. There needs to be a flipping recount. Because there's been a flipping robbery. Poor people that could have won that are here right now in tears. Absolutely crying their eyes out. And instead, she's off blooming... She's probably at another community, isn't she? She's probably at another community. She's probably cheating on us all. But no, if you do see this, Trini, well done, buds. Well done. Really pleased for you. Imagine if I couldn't be bothered to show up. Imagine that. Just saying. Right. Let's go. Let's flipping go. Raw time. It is raw time. That sounds pervy as well. Sean, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. Shout out to everyone that's joining us for this go home Monday Night Raw. Let's go. We are going, actually. Ta-dun. We got the graphic and we are about to get underway. Then, now, forever together. Let's go. Diddlin'. Cringe Wolf, shout out to you, my friends. Raw. Jim said, not coming soon, AI Wrestling Daze. Oh, imagine that. Imagine I just get like an AI version of me sat here doing stuff. That will be the future. Talking of the future, check this boomer out with his weird glasses. Silly boomer. So we're just looking at last week with Heyman and Bron and Seth. They've got a message for us tonight. Seth. Freaking Rollins. This was pretty fun with Seth and Sammy. Are we building to like Seth and Sammy as a match? Like, that would be sick. I love how Sammy didn't give a flip about Bron. Love that. It's a great way to start the show. I really like this. Well, I mean, it focuses on Sammy, so of course I would. That's my guy. That's my ride or die. I can live with being a target, but I can't live with being blackmailed. Seth needs to heal it up tonight. I don't like the fact they're being cheered. It makes baby faces that they're feuding with in a tricky situation. Dark Knight said, Daze, please strip me of the Hall of Fame for being too goddamn photogenic, says Dark Knight. Dark Knight, I can't, and I also wouldn't. It's just not something that can be done. You are in whether you want to be in or not. It is true, actually. People go in and they have no say in it. There is nothing you can do about it. It's out of my hands. It's out of your hands. You're going in and there's just no alternative. Right, we're just looking at Sammy getting murked last week. Nick the Chain Guy said, who would win a fight between 100 Dazes and 100 Tommies? My money would be on 100 Dazes. I think the 100 Tommies would break out into song and dance routines. 100 Tommies would just go off and watch a musical, wouldn't they? I tell you what, 100 Tommies would get flipping distracted. 100 Tommies would be off looking and talking to birds. 100 Dazes might not be that threatening, but at least we'd be locked in. Flipping, God only knows what 100 Tommies would be off to him. Making daisy chains and flipping, talking to the animals and rolling down the hill. Yeah, this is a jam. I need to know what this jam is. Guys, I need this jam. Yeah. I'm actually doing Shazam, but the music's not even playing. Raw theme 2025. Oh no, is it 4x4 by Travis Scott? Is that a Travis Scott? Oh God. Oh God. I might be turning into a Travis Scott fan, even though I hate the fact he's ruined wrestling. There's Otis. Oh. Is it Travis? Oh, God. Sucks. I never rated it. There's Gunther. He got called Petty by Michael Cole. Okay, looks like we're going to be starting with Jay. Jay is going to be coming through the crowds. There we go. Ooh. Look at the little Cody fan. Yeeting away as well. He came out through the entranceway last week. Look at that, dudes. Look at that. He was one arm yeeting. He's now gone to two arm yeeting. He's feeling it, isn't it? The guy right behind Jay right now. Jay making his way through the crowd then. Jay, of course, will be facing Logan Paul this weekend. And we will be enjoying that live together on the channel. Together forever. Look at that. Little girl and a little boy. The mom's doing well, actually. She's got the girl in the one arm. She's yeeting with the other arm. She did a good job there. Yeah, there is so much excitement when he comes through the crowds. This isn't the same sort of emotion that you see on the IWC, though, but can't please them all. Right, Jey Uso. How many hornswoggles could you beat off at any one time, says Mark. Honestly, I reckon I could beat off at least 35 hornswoggles at the same time. Around about 35. I'm telling you now, it would be a mess. It would be an absolute mess. I would not want that streamed. that would need to be behind a paywall. It would just be something only for fans. Right, he's made it down to the ring, but we're still yeeting because, you know, lols. We got the drones. PL White said, Triple H now managing this like Vince used to. And the producting ring is also slowly looking like if Vince was in charge. It's getting lame. What if Triple H is tied up at home and actually Vince is walking around spitting water out going, time to play the game. Like this. And they're like, Triple H, are you all right? It's like, goddamn pal, yeah, I'm fine. We need to change this script. But we never changed the script before the show. That's one of your rules. Well, we're doing it now. God damn it. Triple H, are you okay? The wrestling's too good. Make it worse. But you like the wrestling being good. Make it worse. Oh, God. You've really changed your attitude, Triple H. Oh, my God. This is like the show's about to end. Jesus, come on. Can't they do a lot of this like before we actually start watching? Couldn't we join and just catch the end of it? Right, there we go. Is she wearing an Alpha Academy shirt? Wow. Of all the shirts you could choose, you've gone, that's my team. Those are my guys. I'm an Alpha babe. Fair play. I ain't judging. I am, but. Right, Yeet for life. He's got a chain that says main event. We've got a guy, I don't know what he's doing. What's he doing? Some dude that had a crowd management shirt. No, not again! What's happening? This is my life now. My life is just watching this entrance week after week after week after week. I hope you're happy, kids. This is for you. I don't want to see any child complaining about Jey Uso. Adults can, but I don't want any children complaining. Right. Here we go. It was only a little... he's blown up. He can't get his breath. I don't blame him. He's like... In your city. Poor guy. I do feel so sorry for him. I feel so sorry for him. He has to do all of that and then he has to cut a promo. Do you know what I mean? Jeez. I'm here. I know Logan's here. Please come out, Logan. Yeah, please come out. I need to get my breath. Ah, here's Heyman. Here's Heyman. Oh, this is interesting. Paul Heyman's coming out. Now boos. Loud boos. I wonder if these boos actually secretly bother Paul Heyman. Do you think when he gets to the back he's like, oh, I wish the crowd didn't boo me. I wish I was popular. Okay, so Heyman's come out. I've dragged myself all the way out here to Omaha, Nebraska. This dude needs to work out more, and I'm not talking about Heyman, said Edge. I hope Logan's not the third man, said Noctivex. So Heyman in the ring with Jay. OG. You got a lot of balls. Stepping in the ring with me after what you did to my family. This is going to be good, mate. This is going to be good. Oh. Okay. It's a shame no one warned me, says Heyman. Yeah, I like this from Heyman. Okay, Heyman just working the crowds. This is a very compelling segment considering they were both in Bloodline. Yeah, he did. Yeah. Loud CM Punk. And actually, they've derailed the points that Heyman was trying to make. This crowd are good, actually. They're up for tonight. Yeah. I love how he mockingly does that. Let's talk about your cousin, Roman Reigns. OTC chants. So he talks about Punk, and now he's talking about Roman. I had a dream. It's so weird hearing grown men talk about best friends in the world, isn't it? There's a lot about best friends in wrestling. Best friend. You're my best friend. Out of all my friends, you're my very best. I feel like this is content for like 7-year-olds. So Heyman says he built the bloodline for Paul and his besties. I mean, I'm sure there are adults out there that have best friends. Oh, yeah, she's my best friend. I do understand that, but it's so weird the way it's being like my best friend in the whole world. Paul Heyman said he turned the big dog into the tribal chief. Heyman said, I'm not the one that blew it. He lost the title. He disappeared. Is he struggling with his speech? It seems very nasal. I'm hearing a lot of that. Like his nose is blocked. Jesus. I'm right. Heyman going off. Heyman's like, I was in the right, you're going to blame me. He's really, really animated. And he goes off on the crowd as well. Heyman making it clear he did not betray Roman. Roman betrayed him. Punk betrayed him. Mate, he's going to have a flipping heart attack. Crowd are chanting, "You suck," to Paul Heyman. I think there's going to be a lot of people online like, actually, he's kind of telling the truth. There's now an a-hole chat. What's Jay meant to say to all of that? He's having a little think here. I mean, he's building to a match with Logan. That's perfect. That's perfect. Yeah, what does this have to do with me? I love that. Are you okay? Are you okay? Here we go. Are you in a... You did get worked up. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Honestly, Jay. Heyman does, though, in all fairness. Seth Rollins has to be champion. So he's going to issue a challenge, is he? Is this going to set up Seth for after Backlash? That's quite early. Oh. Right. Stage 1 is adding Bron Breakker, but stage 2 is that title. Oh, but he's going to do him a favor. But he's got to get past Logan. We're just acting like the Logan thing is irrelevant, which I suppose it is, but... Why are we doing this segment this week and not next week? Why are we doing this now? If I'm Logan, I'm backstage like, dude. Anytime. Any place. There we go. The challenge has been made. And it makes sense, apart from the fact that he's got a match with Logan. Okay, hang on. We're not done. Omaha, can you help me out? Anytime. Any place. He's not going to do it tonight. Tonight? Anytime, any place, anywhere. Well, it's on tonight. What? How are we going to do that tonight? How are we doing that tonight? You can't have Seth win unless you do a triple threat at Backlash. I'm love it. I'm not down on it, but like my brain is now going, okay, well, how does that play? Because Logan has got a shot for the title. You ain't going to do Seth Logan at the weekends. You're not going to do two heels. So Jay's doing it tonight means Jay wins. Unless Seth wins and then you do a triple threat. Mate, to do that out of nowhere on a go-home show is wild, but not bad wilds. It's kind of like big announcement, oh my God, something's actually happening, this show is worth watching wilds. Sort of like WWE have seen all the backlash over recent weeks and gone, oh, we should probably do something quite fun. Wilds. Who leaves as champion? Roman's going to return tonight, said Brando. Oh, do you think so? Rumor was he wasn't coming back till after Backlash, though. That's what the street said. Does Logan cost Seth? I don't know. Why would he do that? Oh, I don't know. That is so confusing. I'm so confused. I've heard that Roman could come back in June. I don't think we see him tonight, said Ellis Dub. Yeah, I agree with you. I don't expect to see him tonight. Sammy definitely said JoJo. So what? Sammy costs Seth. And so we still get Jay, Logan, which makes sense. And then we build to Seth, Sammy. That would make more sense. I can see that. I can see that vision. After the beatdown of last week, Sammy gets involved. Yeah, I like that. I struggle to see Seth winning because unless you then change it to a triple threat, you're not going to do Seth Logan at the weekends. I know that Seth's been getting some cheers, but I really don't think that you want to do what should be heel against heel. So, yeah, that is very interesting. Days, I think 100 Days would waffle all night, says Hannah. They probably would. Maka said it wouldn't shock me if we get Punk and Sammy versus Bron and Seth. Punk and Sammy against Bron and Seth. Yeah, I could see that. I don't know when Punk's meant to be back, actually. I'm not sure what the situation is with Punk. Sammy and Logan will make their presence felt, and the interference will put Paul to look for more members. I don't expect a clean win. It will likely end in DQ, said the Phoenix. I think Punk returns tonight, said Johnny. I tell you what, there's some interesting thoughts. Some interesting thoughts that people have got. I like the Sammy shout. I really do. The righteous Vincent and Dutch has been removed from the AEW roster. This have to do with me? I don't know that we see them coming in. Maybe we do, but I don't think the Wyatt Six need more people. Perhaps they need people to go against, but I don't think we need more people. Okay, we are at commercial break. We've got just over a minute left to go. Does Rusev eventually join Seth? Oh, I think there could be a third person that comes in, yes. Okay, we just got Judgment Day coming down at the moment. So we've got Penta in the ring. JD coming down. We cannot build a figure. Did you see they are making a new Michael Cole figure? No, I didn't, but I didn't. Mr. Unfamiliar said, them adding tools guitarist to Penta's theme is A+. Oh, I wasn't listening, but I was reading the chat. You're going to hate this, but I've seen loads of stuff about Sammy hate and how he needs a new gimmick. He is just coming... Hang on. I didn't see that. Oh, here. You'll hate this, but I've seen lots of stuff about Sammy hate, seeing he needs a gimmick change. He's just come out and says how passionate he is. Now he's going to do something, and then never does, said Stephen. That's fine. I don't hate it. I think there's lots of different opinions. Here's Heyman. There's Seth. He fell for it. He wants to do it tonight. Okay. If you'll indulge me. I told you so. It's a... Do you understand everything that's going on? So, Paul Heyman is just kind of pointing out that Roman and CM Punk both prepared for Seth and they both lost at Mania. Jay's a great champion. He tapped out Gunther. Yeah, don't remind us. This is not going to be an easy day at... Yeah. So they're saying that he is distracted, he's not fully prepared. A fully prepared Roman and a fully prepared Punk could not beat Seth. There's nobody left. Seth is a sniper and he's got Jane. He's like, this is great. This is really great. Yeah, very good. Very good. I really like it. Stage 1 is adding Bron Breakker. Stage 2 is that title. Daze, I was thinking about Becky. Becky doesn't need the IC title at Backlash. She could get it at SummerSlam. SummerSlam is the next big PLE. Hence the 2 nights, just like Mania. Thoughts? I'm really torn on that match. I mean, it could be that she wins it and Lyra gets it back at SummerSlam, you know? Okay, Bell is underway. What are the chances that Paul and Bron are just using Seth until they get where they need to be? That could be a long-term story, but that's not going to be a short-term thing. I really love this story. I think they've done excellent. I think they've done a really, really great job. I think they've done a really, really great job. I think that what they've actually managed to set up here is they've managed to set up a world title match, but a world title match that makes sense. And the way that he just explained it to Bron about how he took out Roman and he took out CM Punk, and now there's no one left to stand in our way. And we've now got a world title match against an underprepared, distracted Jey Uso. Calling Seth a sniper. Presenting Seth as being even wiser than the wise man. They did that on purpose. We are trying to learn the relationship of Seth and Heyman. And what we've just seen is that Seth is smart. The wise man was not the person that ran that play. He didn't believe in it. Seth did, and he was like, I told you he would go for it. I told you he would fall for it. And Heyman was like, I can't believe it. I can't believe he fell for it. Like, that is a really interesting way of presenting Paul Heyman. Different, isn't it? I hope JD wins this. We've got Penta JD, Jordan Devlin match right now, said Blue Will Sonic. We do. We are underway. We got Penta throwing in a shots. I was just having a look at some of the reaction. People are really feeling this. People are really into the fact that we're really shaking it up tonight. Kicking up the dust a little bit. Penta points out to Finn Balor. Okay. Don't forget, Seth is a Triple H man. Before he was a Paul Heyman guy. I don't have a great feeling about how this could go, said Too Broke to Pay Attention. No, I think I agree with the chat in the sense of this could really set up Sammy. I think Sammy could get involved here, and I agree with the chat on that. I would be very, very surprised if we actually get the title change in hands. I'd be very surprised if they do that. Daze, when do we think Cody will return? Well, I know that he's not scheduled for SmackDown this week. I believe he's scheduled for SmackDown the week after. So I think we could be looking at him coming back then. Ah, lovely work there by JD. Planting Penta on the edge of the ring. Lovely. I'm really looking for once this match really gets going, once it really starts cooking, I'm really hoping that, obviously we've just gone to commercial break, but I'm really hoping that it'll pick up some steam and, you know, we'll start to, like, cook a little bit. Nice. Okay, commercial break. Penta down. Nice suplex by JD. Going for the cover there on Penta. Right, let's get some comments read. Here's Jacob. Let's see what Jacob is saying.
Jacob Palanca. Member, what if it's like a double swerve and Sammy turns heel? And it was a plan that Seth and Sammy planned out a couple of weeks ago. Make it seem like Sammy is against it so Jay will trust Sammy.
To be honest with you, I think it's probably more likely that we build to, after that beatdown last week, I think it's probably more likely that we get Seth, Sammy lined up. And maybe once, you know, if Sammy loses that, he might be like, if you can't beat him, join him type situation. But I think, I feel like the match is there to do Seth and Sammy. Plus also, I think that's a way of getting the title to stay on Jay. So I can see quite a few reasons as to why we would go in that direction. So I don't know. I mean, it could happen though, couldn't it? Could happen. Did we notice that Finn is wearing a Dominic shirt? Very good. Showing a bit of support. Hannah. Let's not forget that we thought Theory would not cash in on a US title and lose. I definitely did not think he would do that. But he did. The element of surprise is at play. Triple H probably heard you saying that the shows could be better. No, this will be something they've obviously had plans. Probably because of the backlash of WrestleMania, maybe the backlash of last week. Those shows over the weekend, or, you know, SmackDown in particular, nowhere near good enough. And I think they needed something exciting like this that we could get our teeth into. I welcome it. I really welcome it. I think there's definitely ways this can play. I don't expect a title change personally, but I think it's very intriguing. It gets you thinking and it brings you into the show a little bit more. Okay, right now, Penta is upside down in the corner. We are back from commercial break. Days, will there be a WWE draft? There is expected to be one this year, yes. Will it be call-ups, debuts? Yeah, well, we don't know till we get to it, but they normally do it after WrestleMania, and word on the street is there will still be one this year, but no one seems to know the exact date yet. Right now, we've got JD being rolled into the center and a pin there by Penta, but shoulder up by JD. We're locked in as this match could really bang. There was a nice little Spanish fly in there. Pin by the... Oh, look at that. Drop kick by Penta. Penta over against the ropes. JD trying to get back up. JD coming over, trying to throw in a shot. Penta comes in with a strike of his own. Another big chop coming in there. What's JD swinging away for? Throwing in some shots, but falling short. Penta, reversal. Penta against the ropes. JD down. Kick coming in there by Penta. Penta duck over by the ropes. Face first. JD goes down. JD just looks a little slow here. Things look a little bit labor. I don't know if he's just selling at the moment. But Penta, certainly quicker, snappier. Shot to the midsection there by Penta. JD back against the ropes. Chop coming in. Chop coming in. I'm just catching up with the news after my road trip. Did SmackDown get hijacked by announcements of releases again? It did, yes. It did. The show sucked. Kind of widely regarded as like the worst show of the year, and actually the scores that we got kind of back that up as well. A. Jobson said, once Judgment Day is over, we'll see truly how good JD McDonagh is in the ring. Put the IC title on him. Right now, Carlito. Distract him. Top rope Enziguri. JD goes through the ropes to the outsides. Penta going up. He's looking out at the crowds. Penta climbing up. He's ready to go big. And, boom, big crossbody. Big crossbody there by Penta. So, Penta is down on the outside. I miss SmackDown. So, you guys wouldn't recommend it, said Blake. No, definitely wouldn't recommend it. Defo wouldn't recommend. Okay, he throws Penta back in the ring, but the referee saw it. So Finn Balor is gonna be you and you, Carlito, out of there! You're out of there! I'm sorry. It is one of the funniest parts of pro wrestling is just how big and overly dramatic they can make that you're out of there moment. Chad Gable getting involved. Chad Gable gets kicked down. JD McDonagh comes over. Penta against the ropes. Over the other side. Whoa! Big air! There we go. Chad Gable trying to get involved. Bang. Here we go. He's going up top. JD McDonagh climbing up. Penta down. JD. Went for the moonsault. Penta getting back up. Penta. Mexican Destroyer. Connects. And he's dead. He's done, mate. He is done. Look how excited I am. Look at my big, excited boomer face. Let's go, me. Let's go. Let's go, King. Let's go, King. I don't even know how to fix that, you know. I don't even know how to fix it. Look at that. I'm just screaming my head off. That has really captured the pure passion and emotion of pro wrestling. I love that for me. I flipping love that for me. Okay, we got Grayson backstage. Let me hit the old reset for I'll just be a second, a moment. So Theory has just been told that he is going to have a match against a mystery opponent. I don't even know how that happened, by the way, the freezing. Just lols in it, really. Just never-ending lols. Oh, here's Carrion. Okay, big cheer for Carrion. Let's see what he's going to say with this TV time. Okay, so she's talking to him about Sammy. So Carrion just shouting out the supporters. Let's talk about Sammy. Bit of a mixed reaction. Yeah. I'm just the devil you know. There we go. Oh, what would you do, Kathy? Would Kathy have joined Seth? And the crowd are like, yes. Well, there we go. I tell you, I mean, that is so interesting because I don't know if Carrion's just not a little frustrated there. I wonder what else they've got for him on this show. Carrion being used in a promo during a commercial break. I mean, it really reinforces everything Carrion's been saying, and I don't know, there was a little bit of lack of fire there. Hopefully we see him on the show, and hopefully there's other stuff for him to do. You sort of just got a sense that he was a bit fed up, and I could understand it. I could absolutely understand it. Do you know what I mean? Like, the thing with Carrion is that he does really amazing promos and really amazing little things with very limited TV time. And technically that wasn't on TV, but he's clever enough to know that international audiences are watching it. And he's clever enough to know that that clip is going to want to be seen by anyone that didn't see it. That is still an opportunity, a massive opportunity to get a message out. And I don't think he really sent a message. His message was, I don't know, Do you think that Sammy should have joined? And there was a mixed reaction. He was like, mixed reaction? Some people, you know, say that I'm no one to judge. Some people say I'm a sinner instead of being a saint. But it's better to be the devil that you know rather than the devils that you don't. Do you know what I mean? It was nothing. It was throwaway. And you don't expect that from Carrion. Cross with a killer promo. Maybe Carrion could be the mystery opponent tonight. Look, it's Baron Corbin. Okay, he's in the ring. He's got like a mystery opponent. And it's Sheamus. Oh, right, Sheamus is back. When did we last see Sheamus? I feel like it's been a while, you know. So Sheamus is here. He was not part of the WrestleMania builds. And Sheamus is back. Burger after burger after burger. Look at Austin Theory. He now realizes why Grayson Waller didn't want this match. So Austin Theory was like, okay, yeah, I'll take it. But Grayson's like, he has absolutely dropped him in it here. Sheamus pulls no, but look at these two. Look at Theory, man. We're really laying it on. We're really laying it on now that these two are going to be splitting sooner rather than later. I feel confident that this is going to result in a split. Right, Sheamus has finally got something good. Sheamus is goated. Let's put some respect on Sheamus's name. Okay, let's end this poll. Did we do a poll for that last match? I don't think we did we? I think that poll was a bit in the way. Let's do a poll now. Match score. All time. Great. Good. Yeah, it is great to see Sheamus back. He could be a great opponent for someone like Dominic. I was just thinking who's got that mid-card belt at the moment. And actually, he's always wanted the Intercontinental. But again, the problem with Dominic is people are cheering him, aren't they? He would be a brilliant person to get that belt from Dominic because you could have all the rest of the Judgment Day trying to stop Dominic from losing it. Dominic has been getting monster boos until flipping WrestleMania. And so it wouldn't shock me if they were like, right, let's build up to Sheamus Dominic for the Intercontinental Championship. Nice. Couple of backbreakers there by Sheamus. Did you watch the Carrion documentary, said Mayor Pete? I did, yes. We were talking about it yesterday. Thika said Theory is about to take an unnecessary beating. Right now, stomped there by Sheamus. Brony said, all Dom has to do is talk beep about the crowds and he'll be back to getting booed. I think a feud with Sheamus would be perfectly fine as long as they play it right, says Brony. Right now we've got Grayson trying to get over to the ropes. Phoenix said, I'm looking at the list of releases. It is disappointing to see the 2 true women's tag teams were let go. It tells me that they're not focusing on that division in terms of actual teams. Here's Sheamus going up, comes crashing down. There we go. Sheamus is fired up. Let's go. Sheamus is back. Oh my God, he grabbed a guy. Yes, look at them. Oh my God, they're like related. LS Dub said Theory is boring in the ring. Even his squash matches are flavorless. Lol, the gingers. Love that. Grayson Waller is over by the commentary table. Hannah said, I finally don't have ads anymore. There we go. We got Sheamus chance. Shot coming in there by Theory. Sheamus goes down. He's grabbing Sheamus. Boom on the outside. Okay, little bit of fight back here. Little bit of a fight back coming in by Theory. Grayson Waller staying on the outsides. Surely Theory will be a babyface when they split. I would think so, yes. When Scots or Irish sit in the sun, we use Factor duffel coat sunscreen. Yeah, well, I'll need that as well in the future. My body doesn't even know if the sun still exists. Right now, we got Theory in control of Sheamus. In the US, if you don't watch Raw, the commercials are edited out, says Mayor Pete. The 85 Raw deal said Sheamus is pale blue. It takes him a week to get white. Again, Theory in control. Keeping Sheamus grounded. Pulling back on that arm. The Theory Waller turn has dragged on way too long, said Dr. Luchalala. That is true. That is really true. It really has dragged on way too long. I would like for Sheamus to get speared, but Bron just sees the imprint. What do you mean, Josh? You want to see him speared by Bron? I tell you what, Bron. Have we seen Bron Sheamus? I feel like we might have. Right now, Theory up, but Theory is driving Sheamus into the turnbuckle. He's got him up. Is that meant to be an airplane spin? It's like the... Oh. I thought it was like airplane spinning him. It was like the slowest... It's the slowest airplane since the Wright brothers. Right now, we got about 18 seconds left to go. A. Jobson said, A, clown, down, underdone. Killer Cross lost a main event match against Dragon Lee by Roller. It's uploaded to YouTube at the same time of the documentary. I'm hoping it's a work to make Cross seem held back, said Mr. Unfamiliar. I wonder what he's going to have on this show, though. What's he going to have on this show? I agree. I hope that some of this stuff we're seeing is a work. Because if he's not on this show and all he gets is that stupid commercial promo, that's going to suck, isn't it? Theory planted. Austin Theory as a babyface. It's been a long time, but it is the way. Right, 10 beats of a battering. Here we go. So, yeah, we've got a pretty exciting main event coming up tonight. If you are just joining us, World Heavyweight Championship on the line. World Heavyweight Championship. 1, 2, shoulder up. I feel like someone like Tozawa would have been a better pick for this match because Theory doesn't do anything for me. They should have gone for Tozawa or any other more entertaining bumper. I like the look, though, between Theory and Grayson. I like that little look where he looked over and he was like, I can't believe you've done this to me. I think it's all part of that. I think we are building to the split. Grayson looks a little bit embarrassed, a little bit like, ooh, I know that I've just screwed my friend over here. Sheamus going into the ring posts. Kick coming in there by Theory. Theory going back to the corner, rolling through, going up. Blockbuster. 1, 2, shoulder up, shoulder up. First time in over 7 months. Jey Uso has never beaten Seth Rollins one-on-one in his whole career. What you gonna do when the tannin spray sprays wild on you, said A. Jobson. Daze is probably going to be AJ Dom. They were pretty much setting that up last week, says Macca. White noise, bang! Gets it, smile on his face. Sheamus out there. He's loving it, isn't he? He is loving it. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome, you know. This is awesome. Wow. Anyone else feel like that is a little bit of a lie? I mean, it's fine. I would be chanting, this is lovely. This is lovely. I'm fairly satisfied. I'm fairly satisfied. I feel like the crowd now, this is awesome chant. It's just, someone will say it and everyone just joins in because it's something to do, rather than it actually being the truth. Although, honestly, this crowd are fired up. This crowd have convinced themselves this match is awesome now. So they're actually getting into it, which is helping the match. Right, here's Theory is on his feet. Bang, there's the brogue. Theory down, and that might be that. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Well, that was fine. But, I mean, unless you lot are about to tell me that I'm wrong, then it was awesome. It's a great crowd tonight, said Joseph. It is a great crowd tonight. They're not interested in facts. They're just interested in a good time. And I'm here for that. Okay, opening match was good. 96. Let's see if you lot thought this was awesome. Right. Theory and Waller are having a bit of an argument, apparently. Oh, Dominic against Penta at Backlash. Well, that's not a match I was expecting to get added, to be honest. That is not one I was expecting. Here's Judgment Day. What was Gable doing out there? No Liv, of course. Oh, here's AJ. This place wasn't even that hard to find. I'm coming after that Intercontinental. So AJ's like, I don't care who wins, I'm coming after that title. Don't you have a history with AJ? A little bit of drama there between Finn and Dom. Oh. Okay, here's New Day. Here's out. Okay, New Day are like, you, an American made, should get some respect. Ah. Oh, Becky's here. It's messed up what Lyra did to you. All the heels are hanging out together. I love that. Here she is. Here's the man. Mr. Pena said Penta and Sheamus should tag as Penis. They should. They should. Penis. Very nice. I mean, yeah. Soul Blue said it's hard for me to not like Kofi and Xavier because of up, up, down, down, said Soul Blue. Hannah said, Daze, do we see the following eventually going back to WWE? Cora Jade's. Maybe in the future if she sticks with it. Basham's. No. Gallows and Anderson. I think we've done that too many times. Taya Valkyrie. No. That didn't work at all. Is that even working in AEW? Maybe Cora Jade one day. It's a blender as usual. Some bop tunes and drama you won't find in a Burger King dumpster. McDiesel, hello. Hope you're well. Okay, we're just looking back last week with the whole Becky Lyra stuff. Mark said, oh, we did that one about beating off Hornswoggles. The Ring General said, I guess we're not BFFs after all. Good day, sir. The Ring General. I just started eating and Jay will tire himself out. He did tire himself out. He actually did better than I thought, Jay. He did better than I thought. I thought he was going to be a lot more gassed out than he actually was in the end. Here is the man. Big time. Back in business. Beck. She's still got the man graphic behind her. Becky, what's she staring at? She just looked at someone there and walked away. Oh, yeah, she's very upset about social media not tagging her in stuff and whatever. In all fairness, she made a good point. She showed some posts that said that she had challenged Lyra or Lyra had challenged her. They tagged Lyra. They did not tag Becky. And it was a few posts, actually. So I think she's actually making a pretty good point. Danny said, what a Heyman promo that was earlier. It was very good. It's a real fun way to open the show, honestly. JC Dub said, Sammy isn't going to allow Seth to beat Jay. And Brando292 said, Days, when do we think Cody will return? I think it'll be after Backlash. Could be at Backlash. I mean, he might get involved in the Cena-Randy match, but he is scheduled for the SmackDown after Backlash, I believe. Look at that MetLife Stadium. We've been there for a WrestleMania. We're going to go there for a SummerSlam. Amazing. Amazing. Mm-mm. Whoa, 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 whoa. Backlash. Okay, Lyra, Becky. Cygnus Video said, how do you watch UK Raw whilst in the USA? You'd have to get a VPN, wouldn't you, and get signed up to Netflix. It's the only way I could think that you could do it, really. The man has come around to Omaha. She's very confused. Oh, I suck. Yeah, she's confused, and you could tell she was confused. I don't know why. Becky says she was the victim. A woman in the crowd was crying tears of joy when I came out at WrestleMania. I took out the garbage. We should be thanking her for taking out the garbage. And she took out the recycling. She's less offensive than regular garbage. Do you know what? I like the recycling line because she could expand on that and say that she's just a recycled version of me, a lesser recycled version of me. I took out the garbage, Bailey. I took out the recycling, Lyra. That's very clever. That is very good. All of this disrespect. Becky is always coping and seething about something. She's perma-angry, said Leanne. Here's Lyra. Here's the recycling. The recycling's arrived. You're the queen of recycling. You've been recycling the same moves. Okay. She had some good moments last week, Lyra. You didn't make me. Nice. I like the delivery on that. You went on holidays and everyone got better. Oh. She's got attitude, isn't she, Lyra? She's really sassy. I see it now. Wow, very good. You never had an intention to take anyone to the top with you. You shattered glass ceilings, but you left all the pieces of glass on the floor. This is good. I'm not hating this. I didn't help anybody. I don't like anybody. Yes, right. The bird lady is winning me over, said Boomers for Life. Sports Illustrated said I'm the greatest to ever do it. You'll only ever be the moment after the moment. Are we going to throw shade at Sports Illustrated? Oh. I thought she was going to list a load of stuff that she was rubbish at. I thought she was going to list, like, you're the first woman to have lost 2 matches. You're the first woman to have been eliminated 3 times at the Rumble. Do you know what I mean? I thought she was going to do that. As long as I'm here, I hope you like second place. Nice. Oh, lovely kick as well. Lyra all over Becky right now. She grabs her, takes her down, throwing down some big forearm shots. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I do find Lyra to be a little bit very focused, very attitude, very sassy. There's not much kind of range, you know? There's not much like you broke my heart, showing she's a bit vulnerable, showing that she, like, you know, went through some pain. It is all just like, I'm the first champ, you're upset about it, I'm gonna beat you. I think I'd like a little more shade in there. Lyra breaks free, gets back in the ring, they're brawling again, but it's good. It's good at what it does. It's a match I want to see. Oh, she's managed to get Becky on her shoulders. Bang! Drives her down. Lyra stands over Becky, holding up that Women's Intercontinental Championship. I'm hoping Lyra retains. I really am. I think there's a good chance Becky could get it, but I would like for Lyra to retain. I was always told second place is anything but first loser, said Christopher. First loser. I was always told second place is really the best you could ever hope for, and you'll never even achieve that. So we've got very different views of second place. Hannah said, Daze, wait, if all the heels were hanging out together backstage, where was you? My favourite heel. I was sat here waiting for Roxanne Perez, and thankfully I have to wait no more. Bum, 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 bum. Here she is. Roxanne Perez making her way down to the ring. Both matches so far, Penta, JD, Sheamus, Theory have both got good 96. Mate, this match could bang. Roxanne against Iyo. Oh, please. Please. Just let it be clean. It won't be, but please let it be. Let it be clean. Iyo, Roxanne is like flipping pay-per-view worthy. This is like WrestleMania worthy. This match could be at WrestleMania. Right, Iyo, Roxanne coming up next. Don't forget, later we have got the World Heavyweight Championship. What's happening? The barricades just had a load of, like, static on. I don't know if that was just part of her entrance, though. She's grabbing a microphone. Yeah, I'm looking at the barricades because there was a load of static on there. I've not seen any glitches or anything so far tonight. Okay, so Roxanne's cutting a promo. GP, you lot love those girls, don't you? Because they're mediocre, just like this boring city. She achieved a lot. And she's letting them know. Yeah, I don't think there was anything to that, like, static. Oh, don't tell me that we're going to be examining barricades for the next few. That's exactly what we're doing, J14. And you know what? You'll like it as well. Guys, all eyes on the barricades. It just flickered. There was static. I think Uncle Howdy is trying to communicate. I think the barricade says something like, see you in 2026. Something like that. We hate you and we don't want to wrestle in front of live crowds. I think it's something like this. I don't know, I can't make it. I think it's from the Wyatt 6. You only deserve glitches. Snitches. It said snitches get glitches. That's what it said. It said snitches get glitches. Are we snitches? Right, are we going to get a black box during this match? Are we going to get a black box? McElroy said, Daze standing tall before a go home means nothing. Iyo stood tall before the triple threat at Mania and she won. Yeah, they kind of changed that when Triple H took over. It doesn't quite mean what it used to. It's interesting. Obviously, with Cody looking so strong going into the main event, you know, we were worried. And it did result in Cena winning, but it's not the exact science that it used to be. Wyatt 6 fans are very desperate for anything, said J14. I just pray they come back for you guys soon. Anna said, Daze halftime song. It's not. I don't have one. I don't have anything even queued up anymore. Oppola said, Daze, I feel like WWE have proven that they are sexist with the women's releases. I don't think there was any more women released than guys. A. Jobson said, I like how so many people are surprised by Lyra's mic skills. Watch NXT. Brony said, I'm liking the Roxanne Julia pairing. Sunny, hello. Hope you're doing well. Corey said, the girl from the Ring movies is coming out to join the Wyatts. I tell you what, you could probably make Roxanne look like the girl from the Ring movies. She's got long black hair. Hey, here's Iyo. I am such an Iyo stan now, I really am. That match at WrestleMania was so good. And then she went to NXT, and there's all this, like, momentum that she's got right now. And I think breaking her away from Damage Control has been really good as well. Yeah. She's, like, carrying the belt down so the fans can touch the belt. Rhea is in Australia, so we might not get Rhea getting involved here. Let's go. Wait, Julia is heel now. I must have missed some, said Joe. Oh, hello, look, we got a drone shooting around. Iyo in one corner. Roxanne in the other. Bell is sounded. About to get underway. Oppola said, loads more women were released than guys. Women released really good on both mic and in-ring. It makes zero sense. No, there was loads of guys that was released. It wasn't overwhelmingly women. I would have thought that it was about 50-50. I mean, maybe there was like one or two more women. I mean, Danny Palmer and Shotzi were announced like the next day, so maybe that pushes the women list over a little bit, but it wasn't like overwhelmingly women. It wasn't like we only released women. We released Oro Mensah, we released Braun Strowman, we released Riley Osborne. You know, there was plenty of guys that got released in there as well. I don't think you can look at that and just go, it's sexist to the women. It was probably like, I don't know, the numbers, like maybe 8-6 or maybe something like that. I would have thought it might have even been closer, but with Shotzi and Danny Palmer released on the Saturday, I suppose I could buy in that maybe the women had a few more. But bottom line is that they needed to make a saving, and I think that, you know, they don't want women's tag teams as well. So, I mean, Katana and Kaden obviously got released for that reason. So it's like, I don't know that it's so much about the skills, because they're a great tag team. But if you don't want a women's tag division, I mean, they're not two women that I think could really make it on their own. We released Gallus as well. There's 3 guys. Wolfgang, Mark Coffey, Joe Coffey. I don't see anything in that. I think that's a pretty weak argument, to be honest with you, buds. I mean, you can say that people were talented. Braun Strowman's talented. He's got a big size to him. He had a really good feud with Bronson Reed. But I think TKO just wanted to trim that budget down. It meant they needed to save X amount. They wanted to cut back X amount. And I think people got cut for different reasons. Some was age. Some was salary. Kaden and Katana, I think we just don't want a women's tag division, so they got cut. Apparently, I heard earlier, Riley Osborne was a little bit reluctant to go to Evolve. I don't know if you heard that. But he got asked to go to Evolve, and apparently he was a little bit reluctant. And so as a result of that, like, he ended up getting cut as well. I don't know if it was only because of that. I don't know if he'd, like, pushed back in the past as well. But there was a little bit of resistance there. So, yeah, I think there was a plethora of different reasons. Referee is counting as Iyo is on the outside. We got commercial break. Daze, Triple H got the credit card bill statement from WrestleMania, and he had to make budget cuts. They just do it every year, honestly. They do it every year. This is not something new. It's not out of the blue. We kind of come out of WrestleMania every year knowing that there's going to be a cutback. I mean, it just is the price to a degree for that next wave of talent coming through. I don't mind us saying goodbye to people that we think we've done everything with, right? I don't mind us not renewing contracts. It's obviously debatable as to whether these are the right people. The thing that I really hate is us cutting people whilst they're under contract. If WWE feel like they've tried everything they can, and that's debatable if they have or not, and they just can't find the missing thing, right? They can't make it work. Or there might be other reasons, you know, like Braun's good, but, you know, he's not worth the X amount of millions that we pay a year or whatever. It's up to them if they want to renew the contracts. And no one's, you know, got a guaranteed job in WWE. Your job is guaranteed for the length of your contracts. So for me, if your contract's coming to an end and WWE have made a decision we're not going to renew, you had to know that was an option as your contract was coming to an end. You never get into this business with it being a guarantee for life. It's a guarantee for however long your contract is. So I feel comfortable with that. And I feel comfortable that if they decided not to renew, then so be it. But if they cut people mid-contract, I have a real problem with that. Because you've basically signed people to a contract that you've got no intention of honouring. And that's just really bad business practice. But listen, there's lots of shady stuff that goes on in business. WWE certainly wouldn't be alone in that, but I wouldn't want to be defending that. As Iyo is getting her leg wrapped around the ring post at the moment. Who do we think could be more successful? A great wrestler with horrible mic abilities or a horrible wrestler with great mic abilities? I think it depends if you've got what star power you've got. I mean, like Ultimate Warrior. Well, his mic abilities were all right. He could cut a promo, but it was just never made any sense. But like his in-ring was lacking, you know. He could cut a promo. It was wild. His in-ring was just very quick and very short. And I sort of feel like to be honest, it comes down to your connection with the crowd and the star power, doesn't it? I think aura is so important. Like, look at Jay. Jay is not the best in-ring as a singles guy, is he? Looking at a modern example. But he's got the yeeting, he's got the big entrance, he's got like some mic abilities, but the bell rings and his match quality, it's hard to name great Jey Uso singles matches. So I sort of feel like if you've got the aura, that is probably the most important thing. In WWE, the wrestling, as long as it's passable, is probably the one that you could get away with. Because you can always make matches exciting with like close pinfalls and outside interference and things along those lines. But if someone's really over, at the end of the day, this is a business about selling tickets, selling merch, making money, getting people to go to the shows. And Star Power does that. Star Power does that. It's not so much about the in-ring stuff. It's about star power. This is why we spend flipping 10 minutes at the start of the show going through Jey Uso's entrance. Lovely work. But that's why we get to enjoy Iyo, who can work. She's trying to rev the crowd up. Iyo looking to... Oh, no, her leg buckles. She was just looking to charge over there. Here is Roxanne. Trying to go through the legs, rolling up. No, reverse. Oh, right in the boob, mate. Right in the flipping boob. 1, 2. Kick out. Kick out. Right now, we've got shoulder up there by Roxanne. Cora had an attitude backstage, I heard, said A. Jobson. I don't know, to be honest. I've not heard that personally, but oh, lovely suplex there by Roxanne. I wish them all the very best. No one wants to see like releases. It would be great if we could make them make it all work. Ah, right across the knee. Cora Jade is... Cora Jade, I've got her on the brain now. Roxanne Perez is down. Iyo going over to the corner. She is climbing up, getting ready. Goes up, over, lands on her feet. Cora against the ropes, over the other side, and no. Ooh, it's a little bit sloppy, but okay. We survived. Against the ropes again, going up. Bang! Knees coming down. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Let's go. Let's go. Jake said Julia and Stephanie getting over on their own after the move to the main roster. Lyra, they're trying to force and it's getting exhausting. Let's go, Iyo. Is the champ from the crowd. Roxanne against the ropes. Pop rocks. No. Thought she was going for it. She didn't. She went for a sunset flip. That was a lovely dragon screw. That was really good. Really good. We wanted these two to cook, and they are cooking into the bridge. Do you know what? Her pin was so... No joy. Her pin was so intricate, the ref didn't even count the 3. That probably was a 3, you know. Roll up there by Iyo. 1, 2. Kick out by Roxanne. 1, 2. No joy. Reverse there by Iyo. 1, 2. No. 1, 2. No. Quick pins. 2, 3. And she gets it. Not a big fan of the closing sequence, but it was clean. So I do applaud that. It was just pin, 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 and then one of them gets the 3. Iyo wins it. And it is clean. It was just who could outmaneuver the other, and it is Iyo that gets it. No outside interference, so I am very pleased with that. I imagine if they did a bobblehead. They need a bobblehead, don't they? WWE shop, get on that now. Why is no one doing it? Maybe someone is. I'd buy that. And I'm dizzy now. Oh, hello. Roxanne puts her hand out. Don't trust her. Don't trust her. Don't do it. She's not a woman of honor. They bow. She walks away. She rolls out the ring. She's good in my book, said Iyo. Oh, God. And from behind, Julia. Nah, knew it. You can't trust them. And there's no Rhea, is there? So Julia and Roxanne beating down on Iyo. And I think Rhea is in Australia. Unless she's made her way back. Bang! Kick coming in. And a kick there by Julia. Julia looks like she's ready to join the Dudley boys. Roxanne just having a word there with Iyo. What are we doing? I thought she was like, Julia, get the tables! She's looking to pull back. She's got her up. Bang! Kick coming into the side of the heads. Iyo goes down. And there we go. They're a problem. A beautiful, beautiful problem. Julia and Roxanne. Okay, coming up next, Rusev and Otis. Let's go. Let's go. Roxanne needs a more mature character for the main roster. Like a bratty kid doesn't work for me, said A. Jobson. Lots of bratty kids work for me. I get them doing like my washing and cleaning up. And Taker 1990 said Dakota could have saved Iyo, but no. WWE released her. Right, there we go. We have managed to make it to a black screen, so yay for us. Oh, hang on, we're backstage with the War Raiders. We want the New Day. Let's just calm down, everyone. Calm down. Here's Chad Gable. So we've got War Raiders speaking to Adam Pearce. We got Gable speaking to Adam Pearce. We've beat the Creeds twice. Here's New Day. Here's New Day. So, New Day want championship opportunities to go to new challengers. They want it to go to American mates. So, we might get Creeds against the War Raiders. Okay. Daze, surely Rusev wins his first match. I would think so, Nathan. I would think so. Ninja said, I swear that match wasn't that great. Iyo Sky, Glaze is real. It was pretty fun. I was not blown away by it as much as I hoped, and the ending was a bit roller-palicious. But I can't complain, can I? I said, I hope there's no outside interference. I hope it's clean, and they gave me that. So... is this going to lead to Asuka returning? Oh, that would be good. Trini said, I've sent you an email. Trini, shout out to you. Well done, Angel. Well done, Angel. We were saying earlier, congrats to you. And it was a shame like you wasn't around when we made the announcement. But, yeah, there was a lot of love. And it was, I cried. I flipping cried. I literally recovered around about 5 minutes ago. So, Trini, shout out to you. Many congratulations. I should have the confetti, maybe. Is it that? Yeah, here we go. Woo! You raise me up like I'm on top of mountains. You raise me up so that I can see. Normally I've got a really lovely singing voice. I'm like an angel, but my voice is gone. 2025, RIP. But Trini, shout out to you. Imagine that we are singing like some sort of emotional song. Yeah. And I'm sending all the good vibes your way. Look at that. A second explosion. Hey. The party never stops. Look at this. Look at this. That's beautiful, isn't it? No matter what they tell us. No matter what they do. I think that's Boyzone. Not sure. I just want you back for good. Want you back. Want you back. Said I want you back for good. I think that's Take That. Oh, I know all the hits, mate. I know what the kids are listening to. Bit of E17, bit of Backstreet's Back. All right. Let's go. So I like to tailor the celebrations for each winner, and I know Trini will enjoy that. God bless you, Trini. Right, here's Rusev. Let's go. Let's go. From Bulgaria. Ah! Rusev against Otis. This is going to be a match. I'm telling you. Rusev crush. WrestleRant said, I love the way that heel Julia outfits. I think that she looks dope. I've said it before. Julia is very unique. James said it was 8 men and 8 women. 9 if you count Shotzi not being renewed. Yeah, I thought it was close. Right, here we go. I get the disappointment. I understand. There's a lot of fans of the people that got released that are very disappointed. I've had quite a few people that were like Dakota fans getting in touch, like being really disappointed. I think, and a few Cora Jade fans as well. So I get it. Okay, Rusev Otis. We are underway, and we've probably got around about 40 minutes left, haven't we? I would imagine. Oppola said the women's division is weak. The tag division is weaker. Why would they release a great women's tag team? It makes no sense to have women's tag titles. I forgot about Joe Coffey. Honestly, I think they don't want those tag titles. I've said this before, right? But I appreciate you might not have been around at the time. I genuinely don't think they're looking for a women's tag division that's going to have Heart Foundation, British Bulldogs, Hardy Boys, Dudley Boys. They're not looking for New Day, like women's equivalent of those. Those tag belts are a way to get women on the show that are not needed for the world title. So, for example, Liv was world champion. She lost the belt. And so what do you do with Liv? Well, you can try and book her secondary feuds, but to get the girls onto TV and to have something for them to work towards, put her in a tag team with Raquel, and then all of a sudden she can go after the tag belts. Heel kick there by Rusev. So it's a way of getting the girls that are stars onto TV. Otherwise, you're going to have to do like a women's tag division. You're going to have to do like top title for the women. You're going to have to do secondary feuds as well. And I think, like, just really struggling with the TV time. To do that for the guys and to do it for the girls. I mean, they would like to get to 50-50. And I feel like there's clearly still work that's needed there. But and we've took massive steps forward. Massive steps forward. I mean, now we've got Intercontinental. We got United States. We got the tag titles. There's a Women's Royal Rumble. There's a Women's Money in the Bank. Like, the progress that's been made in recent years is absolutely huge for the women, and more progress is needed. But where we are right now is they are using those tag belts for, you know, if Liv's not around the title picture because it's Bianca, it's Iyo, it's Rhea, let's put her in a tag team. Let's have her go after the tag belts. And so that, you know, like, Bianca is not needed for the title. Let's put her with Jade. Let's have her go after the tag belts. What can we do with Maxine and Natalia? You know, let's put them together. What can we do with Shayna and Zoe? Let's put them together. You know, rather than them just sitting backstage, not in catering, let's get them on TV. Let's find them something to do. If you've got a proper women's division, you can't do that. Because you've got to give it to Kaden and Katana. You've got to give it to the female New Day. You've got to give it to the female Dudley Boys. You've got to give, do you know what I mean? So, like, then that means that Liv's going to be sat in catering. Then people are going to be complaining that she's sat in catering. So it's like, yeah, we kind of need more TV time, really. I don't know that 5 hours is enough TV time for 2 men's world champions, 2 women's world champions, 2 men mid-cards world champions, 2 women mid-card champions, the 2 men's tag titles, the women's tag. I don't know there's enough TV time to kind of cater for all of that. Like, it's hard. But yeah, there's work that needs to be done. I would love an all-women's show. I think that would be a great help. The only problem is if we did that, you might get less women on Raw and SmackDown. Because I would imagine a lot of their kind of feuds and matches would exist on that show, you know? And that wouldn't be great for exposure, because I don't know what ratings that all-women show would do. Because I don't know where it would be shown. Right, Otis chucking Rusev over the commentary table. He's moving the prime hydration station out the way as Rusev goes into the ring steps. Rusev having a little bit of a torrid time here. With Rusev back and Del Rio reportedly coming in, we can finally bring back one of the factions, League of Nations, said J14. Chopper! God, why do they go kicking at someone against that ring post? It's not worth it. Most times people miss. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Right now, we've got Otis with Rusev rolling him back in the ring. Nico said they need to disband Judgment Day. If they're not going to feud with the Wyatts, they've been teasing, turning heel. Let's go. What camp are you in, 100 men or 1 gorilla? The men. It depends how you approach it. If all the men attack at the same time, it would be the men. It would be too overwhelming. Oh, kick coming in. Bang. The accolade is in. He's pulling back there on Otis. Otis in a bit of trouble, and he taps. Otis taps. Well, there we go. He's not letting go. Tozawa comes in, and is that going to set up the next feud, is it? Oh, what? Is that going to set it up now? Rusev stepping outside the ring. And there we go. Oh. I thought he was about to walk away, but he's got back in and he's grabbed Tozawa, picked him up. Slammed him on top of Otis. So there we go. Racing back into the ring, picking him up, slamming him down, grabbing Otis into the ring posts. Into the ring posts. He's trying to grab him again, hurl him over the other side to the outside. Rusev. Crash. Rusev should grab Maxine and just carry her to the back. Kidnapper. Here we go. Looking to charge in. Big kick. Mashka kick. Again, he's got this accolade applied. He's pulling back there on... on Otis's, the officials coming down trying to break it. Okay. Alpha Academy are, ironically, some pretty valuable players for the Raw roster. They're good bodies to have around. They bump well, and they have put over a load of dudes, said LS Dub. Oppola said, that annoys the F out of me. That's sexist, in my opinion. Men's title means something, but women's don't. I feel the progress that is showing is smoke and mirrors, fake for popularity. To be honest with you, bud, I think you throw a word like sexist around a bit too easily. This historically is a male-dominated space. Like, back in the day, there was not that many women in this space. And, we're now giving women a lot more opportunity than what they had previous, and progress is being made. And we're continuing to make that progress. And the trajectory is very, very positive. So I don't really feel like this is an appropriate place to kind of put a label of, like, sexist on. Because, I mean, I would also make the argument that the men's tag belts don't mean anything. The belts that the New Day carry around are really, when do they defend them? Judgment Day had those titles for ages, didn't defend them. The flipping SmackDown tag titles, didn't get to WrestleMania. And actually, the women's tag titles did. So I don't even know how we can make that kind of an argument that, like, we're devaluing the belts by not having, like, a proper women's team. Jade and Bianca were kept together for quite a long time. Liv and Raquel have been kept together for a long time. They're good quality stars, big names that are competing in that division. I sort of feel like there is definitely more progress that needs to be made. But to be honest with you, if we was to have a real detailed look at, like, what the ratings are for men's segments and women's segments, historically men's segments have outdrawn women's segments, because this has been a very male-dominated space, which means that the fans have been very male, and we're now trying to grow the female side. So until we get more, like, female fans coming in to support Rhea, Bianca, and all of that, which are definitely coming, we're seeing a big increase in young girls being more interested in wrestling. We're seeing a big increase in more women getting involved in wrestling. Like, it's progress. I think to look at that, which is positive, and to look at that progress that's been made, and instead of celebrating it, say that it's sexist, I think it's a bad move. I think it's a really bad move. I don't think that that's a noble, positive thing to do. I don't think that that is a constructive thing to do. I know that there's good intentions there, like trying to call out indifference, trying to call out where people are not being treated equally. I understand that. But I really don't feel like that applies here, because I think what we're seeing is a positive trajectory. And I think what we're seeing is a business which historically has not been focused on females, now being a lot more focused on females. And look at the great talent that's coming through NXT. Look at the fact we've introduced Women's Intercontinental Championship earlier this year. Look at the fact the women's tag titles were at WrestleMania. and the flipping SmackDown ones weren't. Yeah, we can sit here and say there's more progress that's needed, and I would absolutely agree with that. I mean, we can compare the TV time men get to the TV time women get. Like, we can absolutely do that. But, like, that does not tell the full story for me. That is not kind of showing the progress that has been made, certainly since 2015. 2015 with the women's evolution, when people really did speak out with the whole Divas evolution revolution. And that forced WWE into change. And we saw, like, Becky coming in, and we saw Charlotte, we saw Sasha, we saw Bayley not long after. We kind of then started, you know, giving them Rumbles, giving them Hell in a Cell, giving them, you know, they've had War Games, Money in the Bank. Like, that's huge compared to where we were in the 90s. Huge. Honestly, I really feel it should be celebrated. And, you know, encouraged for them to go further. Okay, they did announce earlier as well, by the way. I do understand, though, where you're coming from, like saying it's not fair that it's not 50-50, but I really don't think that it's... I don't think the crowd is 50-50 yet. I don't think there's an even amount of female wrestlers in wrestling compared to guys. The landscape isn't 50-50. So they announced that Gunther has not been, is not suspended anymore, by the way. He is going to be at this show, and there is going to be a Gunther-Pat segment now to kind of put a bit more build on this. The women's division will most likely never be bigger than the men's. It just won't. Not in a sexist way, but it's how it is in most sports. Modeling is heavily in women's favor, and fair enough, says Ninja. It's a good conversation to have. Trini said, as a strong, independent woman, I don't want things given to me. Men have gotten it too. I want them given because I've earned them. I think the ladies in wrestling feel the same. It's a good point. It's a good conversation. The women earned what they've had. You know, there was a big kind of movement online with Divas Evolution, Women's Revolution, and that really opened up the floodgates. You know, Stephanie was like, we hear you. So they've done an excellent... I think they've done an excellent job over the last 10 years. Maybe not perfect, but yeah, more progress can be made. Right, we've got Gunther and we've got Pats. If I'm Gunther, I'm like, you're a clown. I really don't have anything else to say. Who do we think Rusev will lose to, and who do we think his first proper feud will be? I don't know who he'll lose to. You've got, what, Bronson Reed? I think that's a good shout. Gunther says he's not going to do anything tonight. Crowd are chanting, you tapped out. You tapped out. I don't understand how this helps him. Gunther says, shut up, I'll get back to that later. I really don't understand how him tapping out to Jay is meant to be like something which is constructive or positive. I mean, it's clearly not, but now you've just got the crowd chanting you tapped out to Gunther. Right, let's end this poll. We're gonna, once we're done with this, I think we might be at like the main event point. Right, Johnny said, look at what you did, Triple H. We've got a you tapped out chant for the Ring General. Bravo. Okay, Pat was just putting over Michael there, just pointing out how committed he's been, and he really has. I mean, if we're going to use this segment to kind of put Michael over, I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm perfectly fine with Michael getting his flowers. He deserves them. Trini said, we all think we're right when we speak. It's why we go ahead and say it out loud. If we thought we were wrong, we would never say anything out loud. Yeah. Cole knows Gunther about to whoop his ass, said Semper. Gunther should have took some time off and returned so that people wouldn't be thinking much about him tapping to Jay. I think he could have took a little longer, I agree. I think he will have faced this, though. I think he would have had to have faced this. I just don't understand why he didn't pass out. It would be better if it was you passed out. If they were chanting you passed out, that's a lot more palatable than you tapped out. Okay, I don't even know what this is about now. This is, I think, just pandering to the crowd, maybe. Yeah, we are. We're just pandering. A. Jobson said Strowman couldn't be called lazy because he was coming off an injury and his contract was coming up. No, I think the lazy thing was rumoured to be at the NXT level, and obviously we saw NXT talent getting upset about that. Understandable. I mean, the thing was that if Dave had been told that, he said he didn't want to name names, it wasn't fair. But the problem is that by not naming names, everyone gets labelled with it. There was only so many people that were let go from NXT. So, do you know what I mean? Like, then all of a sudden you're in a situation where you've got to kind of come out and defend yourself. And we saw Cora do that. We saw Gigi do that. It becomes messy, doesn't it? Because everyone wants to know, why did these people get released? It just becomes a bit messy. Why does something in this feel like the final Michael Cole story before a retirement, said Phoenix. Okay, there's been a lot of, like, putting the crowd over, which is fine. It's a way of getting them on your sides. I know that people aren't liking the direction of Gunther, but I am, because people who weren't bothered or engaged with him before are talking about him non-stop now, says Trini. And that's coming from a Hall of Famer. So for a lot of those releases, they were featured prominently sometimes, not just on one show, but also TNA. You can't say the WWE didn't give them every opportunity to get over, but not everybody can. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, isn't it? It's just unfortunate. I mean, sometimes it can be really fine margins as well. Sometimes it can just be a real, like, you're torn, like, I've got to save money, and it's like, I need to cut, like, someone that's a higher earner, and you've got everyone in front and you've got to make a decision, and it's all bad decisions, you know? All of them are just not a decision that you would want to make, but you're being put under pressure to get the budget back to X amount, and sometimes it might just be that. Okay, Gunther's about to talk. Saturday is a special day for me. I wish it was Fat Gunther on Saturday, you know. I wish it was Fat Gunther. Fat Gunther had more aura, more presence. I wish Volta, yeah. I wish it was Volta on Saturday. I'm going to beat you up. I'm going to maul you. Tonight, by my grace, you are untouchable. Only the grace of God will lift my arms off your throat. I hope there's no gods. Oh, I hope there's no God. I hope it turns out there is no gods. Because only the grace of God will release that hold. Listen, all I'm saying is, if I need to find out there isn't a God, Saturday might be the best time for me to find that out. That's all I'm saying, right? I hope there is. I hope there is. Yeah. Love you. But if... do you know what I mean? If I do need that disappointing news, at least if I find out Saturday, I'll take the edge off it. Jeez. Right, Cena, Orton, history. John Cena and Randy Orton's last one-on-one match took place February 7th, 2017 on SmackDown. Cena beat Orton. In my mind, that's not that long ago, but it's 8 years. And that is a long time ago, innit? James said, of course, there's a God. Vince fought him. Oh, God, James, you're right. Oh, God, yeah, you're right. I shouldn't say, oh, God, because there is a God. Oh, man. That's true, James. Oh. You made such a good point there. Well done. Right. Daze treating Gunther the way hip hop treated Ice Spice. We like you better, fat. Oh my God, is that how they treated Ice Spice? Yeah, I preferred Gunther when he was thick. And I preferred Ice Spice when she was thick as well. She did a show in Birmingham we've got like a music venue, but she didn't play the main room. She played the smaller room, and I was really surprised at that. And I think there were still tickets pretty close to it as well. I was like, should I go? Should I go? Because clearly I would have gone. I would have been the baddest man in the room. But I was like, I didn't in the end. Mainly because I don't know any of her songs. Oh, apart from that, the boys are player. The boys are player. The boys are player. The boys are player. That's her, isn't it? Was she thick when she did that, was she? Yeah, I agree. It's a good comparison. I preferred Gunther when he was thick as well. He had more aura. He had more presence. Now he doesn't look that much bigger than Pat. He's taller, a little bit taller, but like, do you know what I mean? Fat Gunther. Oh, mate. Oh, perhaps he could like timber up. Perhaps we need to find him and feed him. I might follow him round going, Gunther, do you want a donut? Do you want a donut? Do you want a donut? Gunther, me again. Do you want a Big Mac? Got a Big Mac, mate. Do you want a Big Mac? Gunther, I got a Whopper, mate. Do you want a Whopper? I got a Blizzard from Dairy Queen, Gunther. Oh, hello. Who's chatting in the background? Roxanne and Finn Balor. Oh, my God. Did you see that? Roxanne and Finn Balor talking in the background. Guys, they're having sex. I mean, they weren't there, but that probably is what it means. When a man talks to a woman, it's sex. Well, no, that's not sex, but it'll probably lead to sex. Here's Seth. Seth's coming down. Whoa, whoa. Yeah, here we go. Seth Rollins. I'm surprised Seth is on Raw and not at the Met Gala tonight, said Jay. That's true. That's true. I bet he's gutted that he's not there, but I bet also he's gutted he's not watching. Yeah, I think you'll find the Met Gala's actually below Seth. Met Gala is about 2 years behind what Seth is. Seth, anything at the Met Gala, Seth's already wore. Seth now wears stuff that'll be at Met Gala next year or the year after. Roxanne could replace Liv. Wow. Maybe. What does that mean for Julia? Like the inbreds on Twitter keep saying, Punk is effing Cora. Yeah, threesome. It's going to be Roxanne, Punk, Finn Balor, sexy triple threat. Listen. You've not heard that from me. There's Heyman and Bron Breaker. Brony said, Seth clearly ain't changing his gimmick, so with Heyman with him, I doubt he'll get to that next level that Roman's on. Roman transformed his gimmick when he was with Heyman, but Seth isn't, says Brony. Well, there is a little transformation, just a little one. And the little transformation is that what we saw earlier with Seth being the wise man, running the plays. I don't know what this means for Heyman, but it's very interesting because... Oh, look at Heyman there. Oh, thank you. Look, Seth coming over. And so, yeah, I mean, look, Heyman, when he was with Brock, was an advocate. So he was out there to let you know how amazing Brock is, you know, the one in 21-1. And, you know, he'd go out there and go off. Then he was Roman's wise man, acknowledging, loving, worshipping. So he's got to do something a bit different with Seth. And the role that he seems to be settling into is maybe like getting advice from, listening to, not being there to necessarily advise, but he can be a sounding board. But actually, like, this is the guy that can outmaneuver the bigger guys, the other guys. I like that line earlier. Roman prepared for Seth. Punk prepared for Seth. It was the main event of WrestleMania, and who emerged as the winner? Seth. He's a sniper. It's good that Seth's a sniper. And he set his sights on a distracted Jey Uso tonight for the World Heavyweight Championship. I really like it. I think it's very clever. And so maybe we're going to see a bit of a change, not with Seth, but actually with Heyman, where he is now going to not be the advisor, not be the advocate, although he will do that, of course, like he did earlier. He'll put over Seth when asked. But he's really there to, I don't know, watch the back door. Seth's got everything under control, but just make sure nothing goes wrong. Like tonight, if Sammy comes out. Maybe that's more what Heyman's responsibility is in this. I don't know, it'd be interesting. Listen, if Sammy costs Seth tonight, I'll be very interested to see what that does for the Heyman-Seth relationship. Because if I'm Seth, I've run the play, I'm in the match, I might even be winning the match, and so I'm going to be blaming Bron and Heyman for allowing Sammy to get involved. You're meant to be watching the back door. So I'll be interested to see what conversations are had there. But, well, let's see if it even goes that way. Joe said manipulated is giving Heyman way too much credit. I feel like Paul could have walked and said, would you like to face Seth for the title tonight? And Jay would have replied, yeet. Yeah, good point. Good point. But for the sake of the story, let's say that that he was locked into Logan and he would have said no. But as the babyface, of course, he would have said yes. Of course, he would have said flipping yes. The babyfaces don't turn down matches, do they? But just let's overlook that. We'll overlook for a second. We'll overlook it. It's still my favourite story that's happening at the moment, but I just wish Seth would dress more reasonable and act a bit more serious. Those huge jackets have got to go. Poppy Crocs said, the guy from Morgan & Morgan needs to wrestle. He had lightning coming from him and he rolled back his eyes like The Undertaker. Is that an advert? I didn't get that. Because I don't deserve it. 1-4! Alicia Taylor. I like her jacket. Let's go. She's good. I like Alicia Taylor. No, did he say not for long? Not for long. Jack said, is yeet cringe? I think it's okay. I don't find it cringe, if I'm being honest. I think it got over organically. I think it's been fun. People have enjoyed it. I think more than it being cringe, I think it's overplayed. I think we've done a bit too much with it. I do like that, actually. That tattoo on his neck, it does look good. That does look good on Jay. Jay holding up the championship. Yeats. Let's go, Jay. He is like a little baby tribal chief, isn't he? Ah. Okay, here we go then. The bell has sounded. The World Heavyweight Championship on the line. And, I mean, look, we're already at 1:15. So, I mean, I don't know how long we've got for this match, but... Okay. Maka said, this will end in a DQ in my opinion. Sammy and Punk take down Seth and Bron and Logan. Right hands, Jay stands tall and goes off air, says Maka Rice. Austin, hello, birds. I hope you're well. Wrestle Night, hello. Shout out to you. Seth hate is so forced. The guy is brilliant. Right, here we go. Taker 1990 said, how about Punk cost Seth the title? He could do. Yeah, he could do. Maybe they could sell the Sammy thing a little bit longer. Maybe it could be Punk. I definitely feel like Jay retains one way or another tonight. I mean, it's hard to see us doing Logan Seth at the weekend. Heyman, it is weird as well, seeing Heyman on the outside sort of like cheering against Jay after they ran together for so long. Against the rope, shoulder tackle there, going for the cover. Getting back up, legs taken away by Seth. Jay getting back up, going for a big boot. Spinning round, kick coming in. Seth goes back to the corner. Pew Pew Barbecue said, why do guys delete people's comments when they're not that bad? I was reading something about Seth for a participation trophy and it disappeared. Don't know. Sometimes people take away their own comments. Sometimes messages get retracted. I didn't see the comment you are commenting on. Right, we've got Seth coming forward, pushing Jay. Jay pushing Seth. These two pushing back and forth. And again, chop coming in there by Seth. These two exchanging blows at the moment. Big hands coming in. Big shots coming in. Jay getting the better at the moment. Oh, kick to the midsection there by Seth going against the ropes. Looking for a curb. Mate, if he nails that curb, he's got him. I can't see Jay kicking out of a curb, but... Okay, we're going to take a breather, guys. We're going to take a breather. It's too exciting. Let's get it, Jay, said Nico. Is it wrong to say that Jay has lost a step? Maybe Sammy washed. I don't think that he is. I don't think that he's reached the dizzy heights, to be honest, of like being a great singles wrestler. He's a great wrestler. I mean, put him in a tag match. Usos, you can't throw no shade on Usos. But it's just hard, isn't it, to actually bring that into a singles match. This could stand a good job of actually being a really good Jay match, because Seth is a fantastic wrestler. Kicking away there at Jay, keeping him grounded at the moment. Did we go to commercial break? No. Oh. I thought Michael Cole had sort of suggested that we had, but I don't think we have. Right now, referee coming in, trying to get Seth back. I tell you what, if you are... We've done it again, by the way, second week in a row. Started with... oh my God, is Heyman singing the song? He is? Well, that's going to be a great way of getting the crowd to stop singing it. Heyman on the outside was like going full on sing-song. Oh, actually, the crowd have now responded by yeeting. Heyman knows what he's doing. He is so clever. He is so clever. He knows that if he sings that song, the crowd are not going to engage with it. Clothesline there by Jay. Oh, hello, hello. Against the ropes. Jay. Bang. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Seth just went flying. Jay's shoe has come off. It's all happening right now. I want Heyman to break back out into song. He can't, though, because he's a little bit too worried at the moment. He's a little bit worried at the moment. Oh, he wants timeout. He wants timeout. He's asking for a timeout because of Seth being down. Right, is he bleeding, is he? Okay, Michael Cole said that Seth is bleeding from the back of his head. Can't say I've seen that. He's getting back in the ring. Here's Jay coming over, throwing in a big right hand. Yeet Man got yeeted. That sell was so good. He should get commission. Right now, we've got back in the corner. We've got Jay going up, throwing in a shot. And again, shots are raining down by Jay. The Rock earned approximately $900,000 in royalties and $2.6 in travel reimbursements. Yet WWE released talent, said Taker 1990. Well, maybe the travel reimbursements are a bit moody, but I mean, $2.6 million in travel reimbursements for everything he did. I mean, I don't know what board meetings he's going to or anything like that, but well, do you know what? Breaking news: the business world is corrupt. Breaking news. Here we go. We've got Jay about to get slingshotted into that middle rope. Sonny said, Daze, I hope you're well. Would you like a tarot pull? Is that a sex thing? Sonny, is that a sex thing? Mackenzie said, lots of women releases before Evolution 2 is crazy. True, but I think we've still got more than enough women around to do Evolution 2. I mean, we've got loads of women down in NXT, which I think we would want to highlight. Raw, SmackDown. We might even get some of the AAA women involved. Maybe even get some TNA women involved. Big boot there by Seth. The King General says Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels ruin tag teams for future generations. Eventually someone becomes a Jay and someone a Jimmy. Can't be as invested. Oh, what? Because the teams broke up and someone goes on to be a big star, the other one struggles. Jimmy does look like he is the Marty Jannetty, doesn't he? He does look like he's the Marty Jannetty. Right now, we got Seth talking to Jay. King Yeti, shout out to you, firing in 20 Wrestling Daze memberships. King Yeti, shout out to you, buds. Insane. Insane. What can you say? King Yeti does more for this channel than I do. That is confirmed. There was people. King Yeti's already in our Hall of Fame. Do you know what? King Yeti might be our first statue. Do you know in WWE they do like flipping Hall of Fame, and then like for the headliners you get statue. I'm at the point now where I don't even know how I can thank King Yeti. Apart from sleep with him, I've got to sleep with King Yeti. That's it. That's it. And whether you want it or not, King Yeti, it's going to happen. Shot coming in there by Jay. Headbutt coming in there by Jay. Jay is pushed. I feel like we're in the closing segment here, you know, because I think we're back from that kind of commercial break. We got about 5 minutes to go till we... Oh, they both collide into each other. So both guys go down, and right now we can see Seth in a little bit of pain. Bron Breakker on the outsides, trying to cheer Seth Rollins on. The World Heavyweight Championship is on the line in the main event of Monday Night Raw. Shot coming in there by Jay. Seth coming over, block, lovely strike coming in again. Yeah, just it's hard to see Seth winning this, but not impossible. I mean, he could. Big shocking moment at the end, and then we could do a triple threat or something, but... Samoan drop. But yeah, I do like what the community was saying about, are we going to get Sammy? Are we going to get CM Punk? Jay is going back in the corner, looking to charge in. Collides into Seth and going for the cover. Shoulder up there by Seth. Shoulder up, Bron Breakker still on the outsides. Staring over at Jay. Right now, Jay is still down, trying to get back up to his feet. Oh, that's a good little slow-mo, actually. That is a really good slow-mo. He's got him up on his shoulders. Elbows coming in. Lands on his feet. Rolls out the ring. King Yeti, shout out to you. I will get to your comment in a second, my friends. I can only imagine it says that you're looking forward to my sweet, sweet ass. I mean, that sounds wrong. Do you know when you say something like, actually, no, I think I've gone too far there. I think I've gone a bit too far this time. Even I was like, hang on, what? King Yeti, shout out to you, my friend. Going up, sprint. Oh, big kick by Jay. 1, 2. I'll tell you what, my sweet, sweet ass is locked into this at the moment. Locked in, mates. Look at that. Oh, that was so... I'll tell you what, he must have really felt that. He must have really felt that. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome, and it is actually acceptable. This is acceptable because this is awesome. Okay. Although the front row don't feel that way. They're just sat there. The front row look bored, actually. I've never seen a more bored-looking front row. My God, I just want to be there so I can run down the front row and slap them all. Wake up! This is for the World Heavyweight Championship. Jay coming in. Kick there by Seth. He's going to try and get him on his shoulders. He's got him up. Up. Oh, he has got a lot of blood. He's throwing him into the corner. Buckle bomb. Jay goes down. Seth going over to the corner. He's climbing up. Where has all that blood come from? Seth is perched. Big frog splash. Oh, misses. Misses. Here's Jay against the ropes. Pedigree. Pedigree. Turns him over. 1, 2. Oh! Spear into a pedigree. Look at it. Look at that. He jumped in it. Oh, that was so good. That was so good. Bron thought he had done it. Heyman thought he had done it. He hadn't done it. Holy ship. Chance, kind of. Keep it PG for the kids. Right now we've got Seth back in the corner, looking over at Jay. Jay down. He's going to curb him, isn't he? He's going to curb him. Yeah. He's going to curb him. Here we go. Back in the corner. He's going to look to put him away. Jay. Slowly moving. If he curbs him, it's done. It's done. It's done. He didn't curb him. He didn't curb him. Sleeper applied. He's trying to get him down. Goes over. Back on his feet. Against the ropes. He's going to spear him. He's going to spear him. And he does. Spear by Jay. 1, 2. Oh! I thought they were going to have Seth pin him, get pinned clean there. I thought Jay was going to win. Clean. Oh, mate. Scenes in this championship match. Scenes. I've just sent you a Kevin Owens tweet. Thank you. This is awesome. Really fun match, said Dominic the writer. Soul Blue said if someone comes out, Bron would spear them at the speed of light. What if the referee takes his face off and it turns out that that was CM Punk all along? That'd be sick. Shot coming in there by Seth. Okay, so we're over in the corner. Phoenix said, I'm so wanting the clean win for Jay to give him that bit of respect on this title run. Trini said, damn, Seth is the Shawn Michaels of his generation. If you can't have a good match with him, oh, you can't have a good match. He was trying to grab his leg there, Brom. Seth goes over, is up top, looking for a superplex. Superplex! Connects! Falcon's arrow! Connects! Oh my God, he's going to curb him. He's going to curb him. He's going to curb him. Seth going for the curb. Gets it! Gets it! 1, 2. Oh, he kicked out of the curb. He kicked out of the curb. Mates! I thought he was done. I thought he was done. He kicked out of the curb. Crowd are yeeting away. There's a lovely energy now. Right now, he's having a word with Bron Breakker. Here's Sammy. Here's Sammy. Here's Sammy. Oh my God, it's all going wrong. Why didn't Sammy come down a little bit earlier? Poor Jay just had to try and survive that curb stomp. Bron's like, where are you, bro? Ah, there he is. Ah, go on, Sammy. Mess him up. Sammy, Sammy, Sammy. Bron Breakker goes into that ring post. Sammy. Ah, super kick. Spear. Mates. He's going up top. He's going to put him away. Bang. And that'll do it. That'll do it. 1, 2. Oh, it didn't do it. It flipping didn't do it. What the flip? Oh my God. Amazing scenes at the end of Raw. Amazing scenes. That is so good. That is so good. 99% of the time, that is the end of the match. But not tonight. Yeah, crowd are back chanting again. So enjoyable. So good. Sammy cheering on Jay. It's got a big match feel to it now as Jay is being urged to get back up to his feet. Oh, Bron Breakker! Merc Sami Zayn. Oh my God. Sammy's down. He's all bandaged up as well. Right now we've got Jay going out the ring. He's a bit distracted here. He's a bit distracted. Oh! We didn't see it. You could see it in the background. Bron. Curb connects. Bron Breakker spears Jay. A curb. Oh my God. Who have we got? CM Punk. Oh my God. Oh my God. I was just about to say, who have we got left that could come down? And it's CM Punk with a chair. Mates, this is flipping sick. CM Punk's in there, going after, stomping away at Seth. Boom! Chair shot. Bang to the midsection. Oh my God, why did this not close WrestleMania? This is way better than what we got at the end of night 2. Chair shots raining down. Referee's lost control. He's absolutely lost control. Wow. Sammy coming to Jay's aids. CM Punk coming to Jay's aids. And I don't even know what the official decision is going to be. I mean, what's that, a DQ or something? It doesn't really matter. Jay is going to leave with that world championship. I tell you what, it's a really interesting finish because Seth and Jay are battling away and then the thing just breaks it down into chaos. So, like, neither guy really loses. There's probably a DQ in there or something along those lines. But it protects Jay. He kicked out of the curb. It protects Seth because he doesn't take, like, a loss to Jay. It brings Sammy into the conversation after the beatdown last week. It brings CM Punk back. Bron Breakker getting involved. Like, my God, there was so much that went down there. So good. So good. So good. I'm really interested to know what you lot are going to have scored that match, you know. Weird they didn't ring the bell. Yeah, it was weird they did it. I mean, like, I don't know. I'm just left a bit confused. Do you know what, though? I don't mind it because I'm left like, oh, my God, there's clearly no new champion. So that message is loud and clear. But it's like, it's just chaos. How did it end? Well, it just ended in chaos, really. We just went for the chaos angle. And I'm all right with that angle. It's my second favourite angle behind Acute, which is what I am. Right, let's go. Is that even an angle or is that a triangle? Let me know. Right, match score. Did you think that was all time? Did you think it was great? What did you think? No glitches, said Jojo. Yeah, no glitch. Not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of. Easily match of the year, better than Mania. Yeah, mate, if Mania had ended with that carnage, I would have been stoked. It would have been the greatest Mania ever. That was a really great match and a really great ending, but it really adds nothing to Jay Logan. Do you know what, though? I don't think Jay Logan is the play. I mean, I know it's a bit stupid to go into the weekend with the world title match and Logan being an afterthought, but hey, here we are. You know, he wasn't even on the show. He wasn't on the show. What if they'd fallen out with him? What if someone behind the scenes was finally shown CoffeeZilla's video about the crypto scam and they were like, what? We never knew about this. Okay, right. Oh my God. We've been promoting him this whole time. Oh my God. Right, let's do the match because we've advertised it, but we're very quickly going to move on after. Do you reckon that's happened? Do you reckon that's happened? Do you reckon they found out about all the mouldy stuff in Lunchley? What? Yeah, honestly, you should keep up with the news. Japanese forest, yeah? Oh, listen. Shiz has happened. Yeah, we were surprised that you was working with him, but so I don't know. Seth Rollins. Right. I want to get to King Yeti. King Yeti, did you fire in another one? King Yeti firing in 5th dudes. Oh my God. Oh, did you send that after I spoke about my sweet ass? It's going to have to be a full buffet now, isn't it? It's going to have to be everything. There is all the specials. There is nothing off the table now for King Yeti. Oh my God, guys, I might be losing my virginity. This is so exciting for me. This is so exciting. King Yeti, I don't even know what to say. I'm out of words. I don't know what to say. I'm gonna send you pictures of my penis. I just don't even know anymore. I don't know what you do. There's no user guide when it comes to someone that's being this generous on a consistent basis. I think I have to send you pictures of my boobs. Perhaps like I have to get pictures of like all the community members as well in their boobs and send you all them as well. I just don't know. I don't know what I'm meant to do. You've broken any sort of system that was ever in place, buds. King Yeti with a message said, Daze, I consider you a handsome gentleman, but I don't roll that way. Well, I'm sorry. This is bigger than the both of us. I also don't roll that way, but I don't know what I'm meant to do. This is bigger than you and me. You are taking us into territories where I just don't even know what society expects. So I don't know, dude. It's beyond my comprehension how generous you are to this channel. And I really, really appreciate it. But that does not feel enough. I don't know. I might have to ask the members, how do we thank King Yeti? How do we thank King Yeti on Thursday? Because I can't just keep saying thanks, can I? I just don't know. If anything, I hate you because you've put me in a really awkward position. I think I'm turning now, actually. Actually, now the hate's starting to come in because now it's all awkward and I don't know how to say thank you and I'm getting frustrated. So actually, I'm starting to hate you a little bit now. There's not many other channels that would take this approach, but, you know. I think you've lost me. I think you had me for a moment, but now I've thought about it. I think you've lost me. This flirting of yours has backfired. So, King Yeti, I appreciate the support. But I think you've lost me. I don't want to talk about it. Nico said, Daze, you're the man. Here's my daily support. Nico, thank you, my friend. Like, I can handle Nico. I mean, not in that way, but like in a, do you know what I mean? Generosity. I feel comfortable. But King Yeti firing in, flipping 70 gifted memberships. I'm not worthy of that. This community is not worthy of that. You're too nice. You should go to a different community. We're not worthy of it. We don't deserve it. I don't even have a voice. I think I did deserve it around about 5 years ago, but not so much now. I'm washed up. It's over. Oh, see, it's too much. I don't know how to respond to it, and now I'm like psychoanalyzing myself, you know? I think I'm having a breakdown. Is this what you wanted? Is this what you wanted me to have a breakdown? Yeah. You were trying to get my ass, and it almost worked, but then you went a bit too far, didn't you? You went a bit too far, and now I don't even know what I meant to do. I don't know what I meant to say. I think I'm having a stroke, and I'm all confused. Nico, shout out to you, bud. And Nico said, here's another one. Oh my God, Nico. Don't you start. Here's another one for the love of it all. For the love of the game. That's why we're here. For the love of the game. And to be made to feel really awkward by King Yeti, who we secretly hate now. Although not that secretly, because I've said it on a public stream. But thank you for the support, King Yeti. Really appreciate it. Love you. We love when Daze is all broken down. I don't even know. BBL Daze? Yes. Yes. Opala said King Yeti versus Diddy Daze versus A Minor. Oh, hang on, what? I got carried away with like singing the song on that one, and I didn't really think about things. Let's hope that these people are age appropriate. Oh my God, King Yeti, how old are you? Oh, Jesus Christ, King Yeti. If you've been flipping... Have you got a locker? Do you have locker? Yeah, we had lockers at work. That doesn't really tell us anything, does it? That doesn't really tell us anything. King Yeti, what lessons have you got tomorrow? What lessons have you got tomorrow? Denim Chicken 4, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. Stop. King Yeti said I'm 45. Is that why you're hitting on me? Is that what this is about? Is this a midlife crisis? King Yeti, please respond. Is this a midlife crisis? Are you going through a midlife crisis and now you're dragging me through one? Why are we both going through midlife crises on the same stream? Daze, what are you saying? I don't know what I'm saying. Nothing that I've said since finding out about King Yeti's generosity can ever be used against me, right? Because I'm not responsible for what I'm saying right now. Because I'm trying to figure out how to react to such kind generosity. Yeah? And I don't know if you can tell, but I'm having a little bit of difficulty. Okay? Overall, it was a solid Raw, said LS Dub. It was. Days, she said she was 12. No, 45. I definitely saw 45. James said, we don't need sup Days. I heard you like them young diss track. That is true. That is true. Hang on. I can read. I'll get here. I'll pin it. I'll pin the message. Hang on. King Yeti sent in a message. Let me just get it read out. Why won't it flipping highlight it? Jesus, work with me, computer. I need you more than ever. Here we go. King Yeti. Here we go, King Yeti. Listen.
King Yeti 1.
I'll turn it up.
Member, I'm 45.
Oh, that's good. Have I got my cheering? Where's my sound effects? Do I have any? There we go. Guys, I'm not a pedo. Yeah, it's annoying. It'll only play one sound and then it won't do like any others. So there we go. King Yeti. Yeah, love you. I'm actually 4 or 5 said. No, definitely said 45, not 4 or 5. Sonny said, Daze, would you like a card pull? I only get card pulls from King Yeti now, thank you. King Yeti's the only one that can pull my card anymore. It's part of the new agreement that I've got. But it's the only way I can thank him, really. That was his height, said Dr. Lucha Lala. Yeah, D. That was the best Jey Uso's singles match, said CJ, that I have ever watched. Seth was goofing around whilst making his entrance. I just cannot take him seriously as a Paul Heyman guy. Bron Breakker looks definitely like a Paul Heyman guy, says NG. A few people struggling with that tonight. There's a few people struggling with a few things tonight, but one thing I'm not struggling with is my love for all of you. Yeah. Not King Yeti, though, is really ruined things. But for the rest of you, lots of love. King Yeti said, I'm an introvert, so this is my socializing. Yeah, but you don't have to treat people, me and the community so well. We're not used to it. Do you know what I mean? We're not used to it. Normally we get hate. So, we don't know how to react when someone is so nice and generous on such a regular basis. Just rough us up a bit, you know? Just, you can come in and go, oh, you're fat. Do you know what I mean? Something like that. That's normal. What you're doing isn't normal. What you're doing is I don't know how I feel about this. I'm just saying, you know what I mean? I'm just saying out loud. WrestleNight said, I never get a membership. YouTube hates me. I think you have to turn something on, don't you? You have to turn something on. Not the missus, but I'm sure you do that. James said, that's why I'm never nice to you. Do you know what? I hope every community has a King Yeti and a James Chadwick because they are yin and yang. And I really feel like it helps me stay in the middle. So, do you know what I mean? If anyone ever goes, oh, I don't like that Daze. Like that King Yeti's always putting in memberships and everything. You can't say that without then continuing. But he does have to put up with James Chadwick. You know? You do have to say that. So you can't just focus on the positive. You do have to look at the counterbalance. So the yin and the yang, it allows me to stay very grounded. Actually, maybe I need King Yeti. If I didn't have King Yeti, then do you know what I mean? Maybe it would not be as balanced. I don't know. It's hard to know. James, you play a very important role. Never change. Never change. You play a very important role in the balance. But King Yeti, you don't need to be as supportive because I can't cope with it. How do you weigh a lizard on its scales? Adam said you almost made me waste my hard Mountain Dew. What's that mean? What's a hard Mountain Dew? Like, has it been working out or something? We all won't watch. We won't screen records. We will close our eyes. What's this? What are you on about, Kelly? Daze, you can do a nice little strip tease for Yeti on Thursday. Well, let's not rule anything out, shall we? Perhaps, you know how I just said that we need yin and yang? Perhaps what we should do is have James do a strip tease for King Yeti. And maybe that will somehow restore the balance and everything will make sense. Yeah, I think we could maybe work on that. You will never have seen such sights in your life. Yeah, honestly. Listen. I heard a rumor James is packing. Listen. I don't want to drag this community down into the gutter, but I've heard a rumor that there's a little more than the average bear going on down there. That's what the streets are saying. That's what the streets are saying, right? I'm just saying. Yeah, if the boy does the helicopter, he might actually take off. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Might actually, what? Do you know what I mean? Might actually Might get a bit of airtime. So, I don't know. Maybe we will explore that on Thursday. We'll have to see how it all pans out. But I do need to go. I do have an unseen to do, and it won't have anything to do with James's penis. But King Yeti, thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. I appreciate all of you. And I hope that this was a good Raw. I feel invigorated. I feel like that was not a slog. Brilliant main event. Really enjoyed it. You lot scored it. What did you score it? You scored it. Great 69. Great 69. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Maybe even a little more than that. Oh, no. It was more than that. I counted the wrong numbers. Yeah, okay. You've got it as, like, great 82. Great 82. I think that's very fair. I think that's very fair. Okay, right. I'm going to run away and start working on Unseen. But big thank you for everyone that joined us. Appreciate the support as always. And I will see you again maybe tomorrow for NXT if you are around. But if not, of course, I will see you on Unseen. So thanks so much.